What's going on, chat? It's I, Galactic Stream Lord, coming at you live again here from the Galactic Space Station. I've got a few things planned for this stream here today. Hope you're all prepared. Let's do a little detective work. Now let's get to it. Okay, well, I hope you're all having a fantastic night so far. We're about to delve into a few things here I've found in the last 24 hours. That said, disclaimer, I am even more unprepared than normal. I've been trying to get done a bunch of life stuff, and it has not been conducive to me being very productive. So let's try and hone some amount of productivity into this stream. Ah, my body is gone. Oh, local primaries research. Very good. Very good, wireless mic. That is the sort of stuff that we need more of. There's a serious lack of local organization, local journalism, local focus on primary elections and elections in general. So, doing God's work over there, wireless mic. God.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I want to begin with something that Frankie Boyle actually said. And he pointed out that it makes... By the way,
I'm getting way ahead of myself. Mahari Black. This is a speech from her demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. I could only find the Politics Joe video of this in my time, so I'm going to watch it through their channel. She is a MP from Scotland? Oh my god, am I going to have to Google her right now? Good god. I believe she's a prime minister. Yes, she's in the Scottish National Party.
No sense to say that the situation in Gaza is too complex for a ceasefire, because ceasefire is one of the oldest and simplest terms to understand. It means stop firing. In fact, it's so simple that it's actually designed to be heard and understood in the middle of a literal battle. So there is no middle ground when it comes to a ceasefire. You either follow the order or you don't. You either stop firing or you don't. Now, during the 2014 crisis, there was an estimated 2,251 Palestinian deaths. The then Prime Minister rightly called for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. But if we fast forward 10 years to the current conflict, we have a death toll of nearly 30,000. And that's not including the bodies that have yet to be recovered from underneath the rubble. And yet the very same man, now Foreign Secretary, is failing to support a ceasefire. And that number, nearly 70,000 people have also been injured. So according to Amnesty International, the death rate in Gaza right now is one death every 4 minutes. It won't just be bombs that are killing Palestinians, it's poor sanitation and malnutrition as well now.
Yes, absolutely.
We know that people...
I hate interrupting her because she's so eloquent and well-spoken on this issue and most issues that I've heard her speak on. But I just gotta reinforce that point she just made, because that's the thing. Even if they stop bombing right now, as long as they keep the blockade up, as long as they continue to not allow water or electricity in, more people will die unnecessarily. And that's something we all have to consider. Starvation, sanitation, disease, lack of nutrition, because even if you have food, right, like rice has such minimal nutritional value that I don't know, I think there might be a limit on how long you could actually survive on a very limited amount of rice. So I don't know the statistics on that. I'd probably have to look it up. Might just do that, but yeah.
Starving, people being reduced to eating grass and animal feed. In January last month, over half of all aid deliveries were denied access and could not get through to those who currently need it. Less than half of hospitals in Gaza are even partially functioning, and the few that are will quickly run out of supplies unless Israel allows aid through. Now, since 2008, Israel have refused entry to any UN agency individuals, which to me is a giant red flag in and of itself.
No kidding.
But despite these attempts to shield themselves and hide from any accountability, we know that war crimes are being committed in Gaza. Churches sheltering hundreds of innocent Palestinians being bombed to the ground. There's been strikes against people in refugee camps and hospitals. Just earlier this week, there was reports that Israeli forces ordered the evacuation of a hospital only to start sniper fire on those who attempted to leave, leaving 2,500 folks still trapped in the hospital. Israel's own Minister of Defence said that there would be, and I quote, a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas. Now, as the occupying power, Israel has an obligation under international law to ensure the basic needs of Gaza's civilian population are met. They are not doing that. Now, the International Court of Justice specifically directed Israel to take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of...
What if instead of Galactic Streamlord, I were Galactic Streamer Guy? Honestly, I'd like the irony of Galactic Streamlord, because aside from this space station, quote unquote, what am I the lord of exactly? I like that irony. Because the thing is, I feel like there's a lot of people online who genuinely see themselves as lords, so I like to poke fun at that.
And humanitarian assistance. They are not doing that. Yet Israel still refuses to reinstate the water supply they so cruelly shut off months ago. They're stopping medicine getting in, they're stopping food entering Gaza, and despite the growing likelihood of famine that they will have created, they still are not budging. Now, the actions of Hamas, let's be absolutely clear, they were horrific and unjustifiable. But as I said earlier to the Shadow Minister, the people of Palestine are not Hamas. Israel's disproportionate and indiscriminate bombing of civilians, combined with everything else that we know, has got to be the very definition of collective punishment, which, as we all know, is illegal under international law. It's a war crime. And this is why it's so important how this place responds. Because in many respects, the ending of the violence in Gaza rests in the hands of the countries supplying the money and the weapons to Israel. Now, the Arms Trade Treaty bans the sale of weapons where there is a concern that they may be used to breach international law. Well, given the International Court of Justice has found that there's a plausible risk that Israel is committing genocide, it is upon the UK to revoke all arms licences and military equipment to Israel. Otherwise, we break the own treaties that we've signed up to.
Exactly. It's the hypocrisy of it, and it's so hard to interrupt her. But seriously, it's the hypocrisy of it. We demand the holding up of these laws in certain circumstances and then completely neglect their existence in others, and it can't continue. It genuinely cannot continue if we want any semblance of sanity.
Warm words and platitudes will not cut it. Only action will. Now, that's one death every 4 minutes. And the time that this debate happens today, and we all talk amongst ourselves, 100 more people will be dead that were alive this morning.
Christ.
The least we can do is call for a ceasefire. Because if we don't, we will be morally and directly complicit in...
It's funny. It's funny. And in fact, you know, anti-corporatist, you can be Galactic Stream, dude. I have no problem with that. I wouldn't stop you. But my wireless mic isn't my avatar a reference to Lord Buckethead, the guy who kept running for British Parliament. And you know what? It's half a reference to that, half a reference just straight up to the Black Knight from Monty Python's Holy Grail. You know, like it really, and I feel like he's referencing it, so it's just very meta if you start digging into British comedy and other things of that nature. Yeah, a little bit.
Every single life lost and every single family destroyed in Gaza. The route to peace, the route to justice, the route to any humane conclusion to this begins with an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, because anything less from us and future generations will quite rightly never forgive us or forget.
Here. That's one of the things I feel is missing from American politics that we should have stolen from the oh, we're gonna watch this. We watched a video about this a few days ago, maybe even longer than that. But this is the actual footage of what happened. What was I saying though? I was saying something else. I had a plan. Oh, I feel like we really screwed up by not allowing people to interject, if you will, with what do you call it? Like the here's and the yeahs and the no's and the boos. Like, come on. You know, that was like the best part of the British parliamentary system, and we just let it go. Now we have the worst one. Is that an African or a European swallow? Ah!
Sorry, point of order, Stephen Flynn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, members across the chamber probably don't need reminded of events last week when an SNP opposition day, which we brought forward a motion seeking to ensure that this House spoke with one voice in favour of ensuring the release of the hostages that are currently under the control of Hamas, and also to ensure that immediate ceasefire took place to protect civilian life in Gaza. That SNP opposition day obviously turned into a Labour opposition day. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, you apologised to the SNP, and indeed you apologised to this House. You said, "I made a mistake. We do make mistakes, and I own up to mine. We can have an SO24 to get an immediate debate because the debate is so important to the House." Those were your words, Mr. Speaker. In good faith, my colleagues and I sought to bring forward an SO24 debate.
The previous speaker was a Scottish National Party parliamentarian by the name of Mahari Black. I believe it's spelled M-H-A-I-R-I Black. I could be wrong.
Which would have, amongst other things, sought to end the sale of arms to Israel.
Have I met Boebert and... Okay, you're right. They did boo the State of the Union. But what I meant was like during like regular... And technically that was out of order, right? That was technically out of order, right? And that was for a speech, not for... Like, it's complicated, right? Like trying to delve into the... like the minutia of it. Like the processes. But you know what I mean? Like during sessions... Like Senate sessions, you're not supposed to speak when someone else is speaking, unless I'm wrong. If somebody wants to show me that I'm wrong about that, but that's my understanding. Wait, what haven't we read? So much stuff going by. Have I talked about Aaron Bush and Bushnell yet? No, I have not talked. I'm trying to think of who that is. I'm actually struggling to nail down who.
And indeed to ensure...
I'm going to have to look that up.
This House said to the government that it must use its voice at the United Nations to exercise our view in favour of an immediate ceasefire. It's my understanding, Mr. Speaker, that SO24 application has not been accepted. Can you please advise me when it will?
Yeah. I didn't know his name. I have that on my list. That's on my list. Stop getting ahead of me, obsolete optics. Just teasing you. You know, that is absolutely on my list right now. I was trying to build up to that a little bit because that's very it's quite a disturbing video.
Can I first of all say a great thanks to the honourable gentleman for giving notice of his point of order. The standing order says that I should not give the reasons for any decision regarding an SO24 application. Indeed, properly, we should not be discussing it when it's a private application of the Speaker. However, given the exceptional circumstance we find ourselves in today, my view is that I ought to nonetheless explain my reasoning. In determining whether a matter is proper to be discussed under standing order, I must have regards to two criteria. Firstly, the extent to which it concerns the administrative responsibilities of ministers of the Crown or could come within the scope of the ministerial action. I am satisfied that that matter does not relate to the areas of ministerial responsibility and falls within the scope of the ministerial action. Secondly, in determining whether a matter is urgent, I must have regard to the probability of the matter being brought before the House in time by other means. The House came to a resolution on this matter on Wednesday last week. Further, I understand the government. I further understand the government is ready to make a relevant statement tomorrow, so there is a very imminent opportunity.
I gotta say, and I know that he was Tory and kind of an idiot, but I really miss John Bercow as Speaker. He was so much more entertaining. This guy puts me to sleep, I swear to God.
Opportunity for this matter to come before. For this important matter, for the matter to come before the House. That is why I've decided the application for an emergency debate should not proceed. That decision, of course, does not mean that members cannot apply for a debate at a later stage when circumstances might have changed. Whilst the decision is mine to take, I've consulted the deputies on this matter and the clerks, and we have agreed on this approach. We now come to the statements. I call the Secretary of State for Defence.
Yeesh. So yeah, that was him denying the debate on Gaza ceasefire. Well, not live. This was from I think 4 or 5 days ago. What's next? Okay. Wait, why did I get sent? This wasn't on my list. I could have sworn it was on my list. Fuck.
And despite the growing...
No, we already talked to you, Mahari. Thank you. I did not organize this well. That's how badly that's how badly I've done this today. Oh, hey, did I say hi to BCAT? I know you're back. I see you. I see all of you. Oh, God. Okay. I think I've got this figured out. I just gotta refresh this. This should fix it. Okay.
Lack of any milk.
Okay. This video is entitled Bird Feed Loaf and a Date. What children, and I would say, I feel like children is the wrong word. I feel like it seems to be babies. So what's what babies eat in Gaza? It's a Reuters article.
Wada Matar wraps her date in gauze and gives it to her 2-month-old son to suck on, for lack of any milk. They're displaced and sheltering in a school in An-Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza. Hunger stalks the Gaza Strip, and almost 1 in 10 children under 5 are now acutely malnourished, according to initial UN data. The doctor said the baby was weak. He wouldn't stop crying.
Oh, I can't remember if I'm gonna respond to this after, actually. Sorry, I'm gonna stay focused.
I resorted to dates to keep my son quiet. He used to keep crying. I had to give him a date because I can't provide milk for him. Because there's no food, there is no fruits. As a mother who just gave birth, there is no fruits or vegetables.
Exactly. She just gave birth. This baby appears to be a couple of months old, maybe. So he was born during the war. But because she's malnourished, she can't produce milk. It's a fucking... Oh my god, that is just so disturbing to me that this is... that people are okay with this.
There's nothing in Gaza. The situation is really difficult.
Food shortages have been a problem across the Palestinian enclave since war broke out between Israel and Hamas on October 7th.
Where are all those fucking pro-lifers at, huh? What the hell? What is the deal? Change. Honestly, they need to change their freaking name. They're not pro-life. They're just not. I know where they are. They are in the comment threads, mostly championing Israel's decision to genocide these people.
The hunger children face is even worse in northern Gaza. These 3 brothers ran away from home in Gaza City because there was nothing to eat. They say they came to find their aunt in Deir al-Balah without telling their father. Their mother had been killed and they only ate every other day, often loaves made from ground down animal or bird food. Saad Shahada is 11 years old.
We used to eat bird food. It was bitter. We did not want to eat it. We used to do so forcibly. We used to have a small loaf every 2 days. We did not like it as it was bitter.
Aid agencies have accused Israel of hampering deliveries into Gaza and say the military has prevented distribution outside southern areas around Rafah. Some of the few aid trucks to reach the north have been mobbed by desperate, hungry crowds. Aid workers report seeing people thin and visibly starving with sunken eyes. Israel has denied there are any limitations on humanitarian aid entering Gaza and has put problems down to UN distribution capacity. The boy's aunt, Iman Shahada, is heavily pregnant. She says she lost her husband in the war and was left alone with her daughter. She cares for the boys as best she can.
They told me about their miserable situation, which also exists here. We don't have money to buy a kilo of tomatoes. I am also pregnant. I am not getting the nutrition needed, so I feel tired and dizzy. I had to stop breastfeeding this child because I am pregnant.
Israel launched a war on Gaza after Hamas militants attacked southern Israel on October 7th, killing 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages, according to Israel. Israel's air and ground assault.
Jesus Christ. Why are we supposed to believe any statistics according to Israel? Someone tell me that. Because they don't accept the claims made by the Palestinian Health Authority or by Hamas or by regular Palestinians. So, you know, just to be fair and balanced, we should never accept anything that's been said by Israel and always question every number that they give us. Israeli citizens are tailgating to block resources? Yeah, seriously. Seriously. I mean, while there is a vocal minority, like, speaking out against it, it just seems like a lot of them are mostly fine with it. Okay. Alright, next one is going to be the one that was just referenced by chat. It's a warning here. This is believe this video is quite disturbing if I've added the right one.
There is late word tonight, President.
Stop. I need to start,
Biden saying late.
I need to start being organized enough to just download these videos so I don't have to deal with the buffering and everything else. It's so annoying to me. Okay, let's try it. Let's try this again.
There is late word tonight, President Biden saying late today that there is now hope for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas within days, by next Monday. It comes amid a horrific scene outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., a U.S. airman setting himself on fire. Here's Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, in a rare and horrifying act of protest, reminiscent of the days of the Vietnam War, an active duty U.S. airman setting himself on fire over the growing death toll in Gaza.
This call, we just got a man on fire.
That man, identified as 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell from San Antonio, live streaming himself Sunday outside of the gates of the Israeli embassy in Washington. That man,
I'll do this after.
Identified as 25-year-old Aaron Bushnell from San Antonio, live streaming himself Sunday outside of the gates of the Israeli embassy in Washington. Because of its explicit nature, ABC News is not showing the actual video. In it, Bushnell says, quote, "I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I'm about to engage in an extreme act of protest." Moments later, Bushnell puts his phone down, pours a liquid over his head, and lights himself afire. Screaming, "Free Palestine!" he falls to the ground, engulfed in flames. First responders using fire extinguishers to douse the flames, but it was too late. Bushnell later died. The stunning scene in Washington coming amid chaotic scenes in Gaza. A massive crowd swarming this beach, desperate for food and supplies, airdropped by Jordan.
Just extraordinary images today. Let's bring in Pierre.
Meanwhile, U.S., Israeli, and British forces, I believe, have been fighting against Jordan and Yemen and anybody else nearby that's trying to help. So much so that they had to airdrop that into a literal whatever that was. It appeared to be some sort of river. Good God. So this guy right here, I'm gonna go back. His name's Aaron Bushnell, and I think you all heard what he just did. It's hard for me to even opine on any of it beyond like, and the thing is, I'm certainly not going to criticize him. That's not what I'm here for. I just want to make sure that nobody else goes out and does this as well, especially nobody in chat, because you're all very important. And this man felt he had no other options but that, which is scary. And then sometimes I feel like I'm running out of options as well. But he is a hero, essentially, for doing what he's done, even if it's something that I wish he hadn't. You know, we need more people who care about Palestine and who care about these things to not be driven to these places where they feel like they have no more options left. It's a huge problem right now. The fact is free speech is being tamped down, but by the right wing, by the corporate forces that we are all being forced to live under, and by the military industrial complex, which works along, it's just so sad and so heartbreaking that this is what's it's come to. But the fact is, this man is now a martyr in the fight against a genocide, and it is really unfortunate he felt he had to go to that length. But to be honest, in his death, he does deserve our respect and gratitude for doing something. it's very complicated, and I'm very torn about how to even talk about this, because obviously I don't want anybody to light themselves on fucking fire. Okay, it breaks my heart. Do you know what I mean? The Humanist Report just I'm not shocked to hear that sorry, I always get Humanist Report and Rational National together. David, right? Humanist, yeah. Yeah, I'm not shocked to hear that David Dole has a good take on this. I mean, that's expected. That is expected, and I'm sure I'll be watching it later, almost undoubtedly. All right, I'm going to finish this video just to see how ABC decides to cover this themselves, so buckle up.
Let's bring in Pierre live in Washington tonight. Pierre, I wanted to get back to what the president said late today. In fact, just before we came on the air tonight, President Biden now saying that he is hopeful for a ceasefire in Gaza within days.
David, just a short time ago, the president said he's hoping a ceasefire deal will be in place by next Monday. Israel now agreeing to the framework for a ceasefire.
Is it Mike? Is it Mike? Is it Mike Figueredo? Why do I always get him? I swear to God, it happens to me every time in my head. Like, I know both of them. I could like draw both of them. I couldn't tell you which channel is there. I don't even know why. They're not even that similar. They're not even that similar in name, and yet somehow, like, you know. And once again, the same goes for Mike. Okay, I think it's a given. If Mike or Dave said it, it's probably right, and it's probably based.
Ceasefire, 6-week ceasefire in exchange for dozens of hostages, including Americans. But David, no response yet from Hamas.
Pierre Thomas in Washington. Thank you, Pierre.
Jesus Christ, hold on. That was so quick, but it sounded really, really dumb.
Late today, in fact, just before we came on the air tonight, President Biden now saying that he is hopeful for a ceasefire in Gaza within days.
David, just a short time ago, the president said he's hoping a ceasefire deal will be in place by next Monday. Israel now agreeing to the framework for a ceasefire, 6-week ceasefire in exchange for dozens of hostages, including Americans. But David, no response yet from Hamas.
Pierre.
I forgot about this. I have like so much to say about this 10 seconds of bullshit. Oh my God. Let me think. First off, I entirely forgot that there were still American hostages, and that somehow America has only been supporting bombing them rather than negotiating to get them back. Let's all remember that and write that down, that for this whole time there's been American hostages still in Palestine, and yet America's been sending bombs over there. That's fucking insane. That's like someone holding up a bank and then they just start shooting the place up. They just throw grenades in there willy-nilly, right? Or they you know what I mean? It's nuts. But then, like, what is Hamas's response to this American soldier doing a thing? Why should they have to even respond to that? They're in the middle of trying to not be genocided.
Thomas in Washington. Thank you, Pierre.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more...
Okay. All right. Oh, welcome back, FG. Good to see you. Good to see you. You saw Kyle's segment on it? He shows the whole thing, and the part where the cop comes up with his gun and the guy while he's laying there burning. Oh my God. Is that when you say Kyle? Do you mean Kyle Klinsky? I've honestly been struggling with following whatever Kyle's doing anymore after he started burning points and all this other stuff. Like, it just, I don't know, kind of lost it for me. I don't know why. I'd have to assess it, but I feel like part of it is that, like, he started bringing kind of like conservative people into the fold. It felt weird to me. All right, we're gonna try something slightly more upbeat here since it's not technically the weekend. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully that was enough, and it sounds like other people have already covered this, so like let's just let's look at some maybe some goodish ideas. And well, what's the word? That's the wrong way to put it. Let's just let's watch something not related to that for a second. Try and palate cleanse ourselves. Oh, this is a video entitled Kenya Pelted with Strange Clay Projectiles.
Every year in Kenya, a remarkable event unfolds. Millions of black balls are scattered across the country, engaging locals and tourists alike. School children use them as projectiles for slingshots, while adults drop them from airplanes and along roadsides. But what are these mysterious balls? They are made of coal dust, wood charcoal, and clay, a response to the massive deforestation Kenya faces. Each ball contains a tree seed, most commonly acacia, encased in a protective layer. This shell effectively shields the seed from animals until the rainy season. Once the water erodes the protective layer, the seeds have the chance to germinate, sprouting new life in the form of trees. Scientists estimate that around 20 million seeds are dispersed annually through this method, effectively restoring thousands of hectares of deforested land, thanks to the efforts of the Kenyan people.
Okay, yeah, that was just a little bit of climate-related news. And,
friend of mine.
You know, showing what some people are doing in Africa, specifically in Kenya, to help combat climate change. Hopefully we can all find ways to do things locally that improve our environment. What was this? A bunch of stuff happening. The cop tells him to get on the ground. Yeah, that sounds like typical police work right there. Yeah, I can imagine just how, like, I mean, I didn't actually see the whole thing because I was just going through stuff and I didn't want to. Oh boy. Wait, why is this wait, unavailable is hidden? Okay. Okay, strange. More climate change related stuff incoming.
It is a steel curtain for safety, and now it is taking shape along Coyote Creek. Massive steel walls, they're going up along the South Bay Waterway in hopes of preventing the kind of flooding that threatened lives in 2017. NBC Bay Area's Damon Trujillo is along the banks of the creek where portions of that wall are already in place.
This huge steel retaining wall is scheduled to be completed by the end of this year, miles of it. It's a first phase of the overall Coyote Creek flood protection project, and it's expected to make a huge difference. The images of 2017 still haunt many people, both in and outside of local government. Victims had to be boated out of their homes after Coyote Creek quickly overflowed its banks.
I was like 15, 16 at the time. So like I was following my parents' orders, and like I had little brothers at that time, more younger than now. So I was like worrying about them.
Another victim asked us not to show her face on camera.
Across the street, it became a lake, all over the creek to William Street Park.
So that must have been scary.
It was.
Today, this is going up in different locations along Coyote Creek, areas more prone to flooding. A huge steel wall that varies in height from a few feet to 15 feet high, depending on the area's vulnerability.
That's the primary objective of this project, is to provide flood protection for that 2017 February flood event. And there's a second phase of this project.
The steel walls will run along the creek from Old Oakland Road to the 280 freeway. In some cases, the wall will butt right up to the home.
So just for context, Coyote Creek is in San Jose, south of what's it called? San Francisco. Like the very bottom of the bay, I believe you would refer to it as. The thing is, there's a lot of places like this community that are going to have to deal with these kinds of things. If we continue melting the polar ice sheet and causing more sea level rise, insane tactics like this are going to continue to have to be taken, and the amount of labor and like money and resources and all this that needs to be gathered to get it done is like, you know, it's a what's it called? It's like a feedback loop, right? Because the more stuff that we like that, where we have to like for instance, like those are just massive sheets of steel, right? The amount of manufacturing needs to be done for that kind of stuff is, you know, it's not good for the environment, right? So we continue to have to do worse things for the environment to solve the problems with the environment. And so, I mean, I don't have a ton of solutions aside from just, you know, actually cracking down on corporations that are polluting and not investing in the right stuff. Wait, chat. What are you saying? Oh, good. Okay. Snixabea is giving me... Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for the information. Hopefully I will have the Discord set up well enough soon that people can start giving me tips such as that. Even easier. I appreciate that, though. So I'm gonna Google that while we continue watching what I've got planned. But that is, oh boy, okay.
Owners' property lines. Valley Water says homeowners have been key to the project, so the agency says it's doing all it can to minimize disruptions.
It's using unique technology to hydraulically press in the flood walls. They're steel flood walls that are being hydraulically pressed into the ground. And this is actually unique because we have a lot of residents in close proximity to the flood walls.
Valley Water says the technology minimizes the noise and vibrations you'd normally see and hear on projects like this one. Flood victims say they're just glad something is being done.
Happy that our taxes will go something beneficial because they don't really do anything with their taxes. They just take them away and we don't see progress.
A little hope for a safer future for a community that has already seen some of the worst that water can throw at them. Along Coyote Creek, Damian Trujillo, NBC Bay Area News.
Conversations and leads AI commerce with personalized recommendations.
The camera can detect or capture the image or video of the object behind the PC. So, and then we have the AI engine, which can detect what is, and also can show the content or the information about this object to let you know that what this is for.
Not creepy at all. Yeah, I'm looking that up right now. I'm not seeing any video of it yet. Like in terms of like on YouTube, so I am searching it in Google right now. Oh, never mind. I found it. I found a video of this. All right. Although they're all super short.
And we have more breaking news. Coming in this time from Montgomery, where Attorney General Steve Marshall says some kind of explosive device was found outside his office on Saturday morning. We understand that was later detonated. No one was hurt. Aaliyah is now leading that investigation. Further details on the explosive device have not been released.
Okay, yeah, so that was very, very short. Gave us almost zero context, but I think that was pretty self-explanatory too. I'm not sure there's anything else I need to say to provide context to it. That said, yeah, I'm trying to think of a way to put this right now that isn't incredibly inflammatory. That's yeah. Once again, I don't want to opine on this because I have no context for it, but Alabama did just recently rule that embryos are humans, so maybe sidewalks are humans too. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But wow, such a weird world we're living in right now. Violence is bad. Violence is bad. Inflammatory bowels, you say? Yeah, well, a lot of questions in chat that I don't have answers to that I wish I did. That's what I get for playing a video that I had no context for. But at least we are all now slightly more informed on the current events. That's my thinking. Okay, this is a video. I think this is CBC, which is I believe a corporate, not a corporate. I think it's a corporation. I feel like it's an actual Canadian, like the government runs this channel. I could be wrong, but it says Canadian mayors urge Ottawa to invest in critical infrastructure.
But first, a group of Canadian municipalities are in Ottawa with a message for the federal government. They say if the feds want to build more housing, there needs to be bigger investment in local infrastructure.
The municipalities are crying for help, saying we need help here because we can't continue the way we are without infrastructure money. It's great to build houses. It's always better when the toilet actually flushes. And that's where we're very concerned.
The Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
And that's the thing. I mean, Canada is sort of like a shadow of America, right? In terms of legislation and all these other sorts of things. They do a lot of the dumb stuff that we do. And in my opinion, like, the fact is, the governments need to be investing in infrastructure. They can't keep expecting corporations to be doing this stuff for us. And like we gotta elect people who are going to help us like actually build a future rather than try and take a future or to destroy the future.
Is in the capital city laying out.
Wait, you did a project for them for CBC? That's really interesting, Snicks.
Their 2024 budget demand, saying they are also facing challenges in affordability, homelessness, and climate change. Mike Savage is the mayor of Halifax and chair of the Big City Mayor's Caucus, and he joins me now. Mayor Savage, good to have you back.
Nice to see you again, David.
So you've renewed your request for infrastructure money in the upcoming federal budget. We are getting signals that the government is going to try to veer towards at least an effort towards fiscal restraint. Given those constraints, what do you need to see from the federal government to show that they've heard you here?
Well, the feds, the Prime Minister indicated last year that we'd have a new infrastructure plan, so we want to see the rollout on that. It's obviously an important thing for us. We have 60% of the infrastructure in the country, and you know, in a country that's growing as rapidly as it is, and providing revenue to provincial and federal governments, municipalities don't have the taxation mechanism to keep up with that. So, infrastructure is really important to us, for sure.
And with the push on housing, of course, is going to put a lot of pressure on you to have like sewer and all the hookups and everything that people need. But so like what kind of order of magnitude are we talking about here on an annual basis? What are you looking for?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what it costs for an average housing unit in Canada needs $107,000 of municipal infrastructure. My first house didn't cost $107,000, and now that's just municipal infrastructure. And we need a lot of houses in this country, and the infrastructure.
You know, I assume some of you have seen it, but maybe not all of you. But there is a channel called, oh God. Oh, I just lost my freaking train of thought. Not Just Bikes, something bikes. Why can't I think of it? But I think it's a Dutch channel. Fucking hell. How did I lose my train of thought so hard? A point is that in some videos that he's done, they analyze a lot of the stuff relating to infrastructure and to housing, and the way that it's all built. And to be honest, we need more intelligent construction as well, right? This guy keeps thinking we need more houses, we need more houses. What we need is more residential, like, buildings, right? Built for more than one person, more than one family, right? What do you call it? There's like a middle ground, right? Because there's houses, there's apartments, and then there's what do you call it? Like a third middle ground between the two, which is kind of like, you know, like duplexes and stuff like that, or slightly bigger than that. But you know what I'm saying? Which allows more units to be built in the same place on the same infrastructure. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling, aren't I?
Being paid for by cities, and cities are not getting the benefit of sales tax, corporate taxes, income taxes. So there's a lot of requirement for this, and we all want housing. We support the growth of Canada. We just need to make sure that people have a place to live when they get here.
Okay, but again, what are we talking about in terms of dollar amount? Are we talking about a $200 billion program, a $10 billion program? Like, what's your order of magnitude, and what's the role for the provinces in this?
Well, so the role of the provinces is very important, obviously. So we don't have a specific number that we're asking for. We've seen before programs, infrastructure coming in with that. It's not just infrastructure. We need support. Very hopeful that in this budget there will be support for homelessness. Minister Fraser's indicated that publicly that the housing crisis in Canada will not be solved until the homelessness problem is as well.
It's my pleasure to cover all this stuff for you guys, BCAT, everybody in chat. And yeah, and the fact is, Canada is our neighbor to the north, and I think it's important that we're at least aware of what they're doing. I wish I spoke Spanish better, which by better I mean pretty much at all. Like I can probably read Spanish better than anything if I were to say like speaking it or understanding someone speaking. I think for me that because I only took French and Latin. Spanish was never a course that I took. It just kind of like trying to cover Mexico is difficult for me, although I feel like I need to start doing that too, because really we're all interconnected, and I'm just trying to do my best over here to cover as much stuff that I find to be either important or noteworthy or rage-worthy, but I've been trying to not go too far down that road.
For us as mayors, for me personally as a mayor, it's on my mind a lot. We need to take care of people who are living on the streets.
Okay, but I want to get to that actually because of what's happening in your city today. But in terms of an actual formal request to the federal government, have you put in a submission to Chrystia Freeland saying, hey, this is what we would like to see in terms of dollar amounts, structure, qualifications? Do you have that level of specificity on the table?
We haven't said we need X number of dollars, but they're very familiar with the ask. We have a very good relationship with the federal government. Yeah, you're right. We're getting the signals too that the government doesn't want to keep the taps open on spending. But you can't grow a city or a country if you don't provide the infrastructure that people need when they get here. And so we just think that there's a better way of doing it. There needs to be a new framework that recognizes the different costs that different orders of government have versus the revenue that they're getting from that growth.
They picked up a lot of the tab during the pandemic. The federal government did. So the provinces didn't have to, and you ended up with a bunch of provinces running surpluses while the feds ran a deficit. Does that does there need to be some rebalancing on fiscal federalism right now with the provinces coming to the table with bigger pots of money for these things?
Well, certainly I think the federal government would say to us, and has said to us, we'll support you, but we want the provinces to be there as well.
Right.
Some of the provinces are. Other provinces don't even want the federal government providing support directly to cities. So we have to have the conversation. We are collaborators at city level. We want to be, we need to be, and that's our goal, is to talk to the federal government, but also to all of our provinces and say, this is where we are. How do we fix it together?
Does that tension between the provincial government and the federal governments on this, like we saw them all saying, because the housing accelerator announcements have been happening with a rapid pace, and the provinces don't like being cut out. And we've heard them complain about that. Premier Houston has said this in Nova Scotia. Do you see that getting in the way potentially?
I hope not. For example, we're working very closely with the provincial government right now on homeless encampments and people who are homeless, and the relationship has been pretty good on that front. We all want to support growth. Growth is good for a country, a province, and a city. So we're all on the same page.
I'm just going to stop it right there to at least push back on some of the dumb shit he said. Growth isn't necessarily good, okay? That paradigm is over, and people need to start waking up. Gen Xers like him, boomers and stuff like that, who grew up in the eternal growth, like macroeconomic belief of all growth is good, growth, need to wake up and realize that growth is what very well might destroy the world. And if we don't think about how we're growing, then we got a problem. Because that's the paradigm we live in, right? Like, all productivity is good, all growth is good, as long as it adds to GDP, great. But that's not the case, right? And in fact, statistically, the more the GDP goes up, the more the inequality goes up. The more the stock market goes up, the more the inequality goes up. The more that, like, I feel like the list just goes on. I'm not going to continue just rambling about how I think that people need to rethink the whole growth paradigm and how they frame this sort of topic. Wow, a lot of Canadians in chat. Welcome, Canada.
On that, the question is, how do we service that, and how do we make sure that it's a reasonable and fair way of doing it?
You mentioned homeless encampments, and you talked about homelessness. The city said on Friday you got a deadline today for people living in five homeless encampments in the Halifax area to vacate. Do you expect that to happen today, and where will these people go?
Well, we have had
Great
pretty
question.
good progress since we said.
Here's the thing about CBC. Their coverage of the Israel-Gaza conflict has been absolute garbage, sort of it's just been absolute garbage nonsense. And but like, I feel that they're more to the left on national politics and as it relates to Canada. So it's like, it's hard. I feel like I always got to make sure I'm checking them when I'm listening to them, but I tend to hear them say more reasonable things about internal politics than they do about global politics. Usually it feels like CBC takes their notes on global politics directly from the Pentagon and the DoD.
We wanted to have the encampments pretty much cleared by the 26th. And so a lot of people have moved. We're working with the provincial government. We're going in and
Oh, très bien, Snixabea. You wrote an article on food service and such. It was in French. That's super cool.
providing everybody an option for a better place to live. It's not necessarily a shelter. In some cases, it's apartment. In some cases, it's supportive housing. That's what we want to do. On the same token, we don't want to go in and move people unless we absolutely have to. But we do not think that people should live in tents in this country. There has to be a better way. We're working with the provincial government, and I think also the federal government. Rapid Housing Initiative, Reaching Home programs have been very helpful.
So 5 encampments. About how many people are we talking about here, Mayor Savage? And do you have enough space for all of them, and will they all take them?
We're told it's not a municipal responsibility, so we have to work with the province. Minister Boudreau, who's just resigned as the Minister of Community Services, was
passing the buck. It's not our responsibility where these people go. It's just our responsibility to tell them to go. Okay. Seems like some real lack of responsibility here coming from this individual. I believe he's the mayor of Halifax. It's right there in front of my eyes. No big deal. I'm not blind.
Very committed to this. his staff, our staff have worked. We're told that there are places for everybody. We were not going to move on this until we knew there was a safe place for people to go. In some cases, it could be a shelter. In other cases, it needs something more specific to the needs of those people who don't have a place to live.
The latest numbers we have from Friday is from city staff is that 25 people had accepted indoor sheltering options at a number of facilities. That doesn't seem like that's close to everybody, though. Just 25 people. How much of a proportion is that?
Yeah.
Well, it's close to half of the people that were living in the encampments. So that's not bad, because for a long time the number was going up and up. And homelessness is not going away as an issue. And we will always have, after we have dealt with the encampments, we're going to have people who don't have a place to live, who are couch surfing, who are trying to get by.
Okay. It's funny though. B-Cat, I used to love Little House on the Prairie. It's okay, B-Cat. You know, we've all watched some questionable things, and no judgments here. Sentimentality and all. But yeah, no, there's definitely some very libertarian thinking going on in that show, I feel like. And I haven't watched it forever, but I can just in my mind's eye, if you will. What did I have next? How far behind am I? Actually, I feel like I've gone through a lot already. Somehow. Oh, we're going back to Israel. We got a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna add these. Your first book report ever was on Little House on the Prairie. That's really interesting. I'm trying to figure out how you would from what perspective you were doing that. Oh yeah, no, I was very young when it was something my mother would watch. I certainly never chose to watch The Little House on the Prairie or Touched by an Angel. You know? You know what I mean? Refresh, please.
But first, a group of Canadian municipalities are in Ottawa with a message for the federal government. They say if the feds want to build more housing,
for the love of
there
God.
needs to be bigger investment in local infrastructure.
The municipalities are crying for help, saying we need help here.
We're going back to Aaron Bushnell.
It is tragic that Aaron...
I actually might search this whole protest. It's funny what you'll watch when you have 3 channels. My dogs. It's a fair point. Back when we had 0 options and you just turned the TV on and hoped for something good, we are so far away from that now. It is crazy. It's like, what do I want to watch? I will find it now. Thank you. Like that's our life now. Okay. So this is a TRT World video. It's a Turkish publication coming from the live, or was live, I believe, at one point. Hold on. But this is a montage of protesters who are well, I guess I'll let them speak for themselves, but it's about Aaron Bushnell.
It is tragic that Aaron felt like he had to make this sacrifice, and that is on President Biden.
A citizen of the United States, a member of the Air Force, came here and decided to, tell his side of it, say he's not complicit in the genocide, and he lit himself on fire.
He is a martyr just like the rest of the Palestinians. Your sacrifices will not be forgotten. Your bravery will not be forgotten. The people of Palestine, thank you.
We will honor all our martyrs! We will honor all our martyrs!
As a former member in the military, I'm feeling the same way that he feels inside, watching a genocide take place.
I am a Holocaust survivor, and it saddens me profoundly that a young man took his life to bring his message to the president.
He was an incredibly brave, deeply moral man who's trying to stir the conscience of our country. And I hope that millions of Americans stand with him now.
You know, I think a lot of us here understand why he did what he did.
Oh, geez.
A lot of us
Oh,
are
we're
feeling
watching
like
this next.
We can't do anything about what's going on.
And I don't think this is going to be the last of our military members resisting. I feel like there are many, many Aarons out there. Who's going to speak for them? Who's going to stop this from going further?
That's the thing, people. While I've already said it, like, that is what breaks my heart most about what he's chosen to do. While I have no criticism for his reasons for doing it, the fact is we need as many people whose voices we can stand with and speak with, speaking out against this. And the loss of somebody such as him is tragic, and hopefully we don't forget. Okay. Whoopsies, that's not how you stream. Fix yourself, pal. Nope. Yep. Okay, well, I had a video. Did I add it to the list? Was I smart and did my job?
But first, a group of Canadian municipalities are in Ottawa with a message.
Nope, not smart, not doing my job. Good job, me. Okay, I was going to try and find full video of the protest outside, because that footage, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was outside of the Israeli embassy in DC. I could be wrong about the exact location of it, but the sentiment was certainly there. The next thing we're going to watch may be very tough. I have no context ready for this even slightly. This is just a PBS NewsHour video of live footage from 9 hours ago in the DoD press conference room at the Pentagon, where Pentagon officials held a briefing after that tragic event took place, after Airman Bushnell set himself on fire. Oh, good God. Okay. Go. Web, go. Going to go freeze while you smoke a J. I respect that plight. Respect the plight, mowing up 100%.
Circumstances related to Secretary Austin's hospitalization January 1 through 5 to evaluate the processes and procedures through.
Why is this video so goddamn quiet? Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Stop. You stop.
Carry out the functions and duties of the Secretary of Defense and to recommend process improvements. The review was completed within the 30-day window and submitted to Secretary Austin, who reviewed the document and signed out a memo today, February 26, to senior DoD leaders outlining follow-on actions the department will take in response, to include implementation of recommendations contained in the review. Because the review includes sensitive details about the department's continuity of operations plans and personnel security, the drafters of the report wrote it as a classified document.
Be right back,
the classified version of the report has been shared with Congress. As Secretary Austin has said, we are committed to being as transparent as possible and sharing as much information about the 30-day review as possible. And today we are releasing an unclassified summary of the classified 30-day review written by the Office of the Director of Administration and Management that summarizes their findings on the key events and related observations identified in the report. We are also releasing Secretary Austin's memo outlining the actions he is directing in response to the review's helpful recommendations. Of note, the review found that the Deputy Secretary was at all times positioned to perform all the functions and duties of the Secretary of Defense during the period of transfer from January 2 through 5, 2024, It also identified several process and procedural improvements that could be made. As we highlighted last month, the department took immediate action to implement improvements to the processes and procedures employed when a designated official assumes the functions and duties of the secretary. The department also issued supplemental guidance to specifically require additional notifications to the White House and to clarify decision-making regarding the need for an assumption of functions and duties. The Secretary and Deputy Secretary have already implemented 2 of the recommendations contained in the 30-day review, reaffirming their expectations around information sharing, staffing support, team relationships, and understanding of any changes in process or staff support when someone else assumes the functions and duties as acting Secretary of Defense. Additionally, the Chiefs of Staff for the Secretary and Deputy Secretary have issued written guidance and conveyed reporting expectations to make routine how information flowing to the Secretary is shared with the Deputy Secretary and immediate staff. As outlined in his memo, there are 6 additional recommendations the Secretary is directing to be implemented most within the next 90 days. These actions are intended to ensure key department officials in the order of succession are familiar with relevant processes and procedures, and that mandatory reporting protocol is developed for personnel who provide support to the Secretary and Deputy Secretary of Defense related to situations or circumstances that might impact these leaders' ability to perform their duties and functions. In addition, these actions require the department to review, update, and align internal reporting requirements associated with transfer of authorities situations relating to the Secretary Deputy Secretary, and others in the order of succession, and to ensure continuity of operations plans are reviewed and updated as well. All of these actions demonstrate our deep commitment to strengthening our internal processes without delay. As Secretary Austin has repeatedly stated, we are a learning organization and will continue to strengthen our processes.
I just realized I was muted that whole time. So, I paused the video, even though I was taking a break, because I was listening to it on my monitoring device, and this individual, who I do not know the name of, appears to be Ryder. I think he is a 2-star general. I can't tell beyond that what it is he is in charge of specifically. However, all he has said so far in response to an airman deciding to light himself on fire because of the policies of the Pentagon and of our government, is his response is an incomprehensible, we gotta fix our systems, something wrong with systems here, and it's the most tone-deaf fucking bullshit response I've ever heard. We're gonna continue listening to this, so trigger warning.
As we identify ways to improve upon existing procedures. The unclassified summary along with the Secretary's memo can be found on the DoD website. Finally, in support of multinational efforts to defend the lives of international mariners and restore freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and surrounding waterways, the militaries of the United States and the United Kingdom, with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, Denmark, the Netherlands, and New Zealand, conducted strikes February 23 against military targets in Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen. Coalition forces targeted 8 locations and struck 18 targets, which included Houthi underground weapons storage facilities, missile storage facilities, one-way attack unmanned aerial systems, air defense systems radars, and a helicopter to further disrupt and degrade the capabilities of the Iranian-backed Houthi militia to conduct their destabilizing and reckless attacks against U.S. and international vessels lawfully transiting the Red Sea, the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, and the Gulf of Aden. It's important to highlight as well that the Houthis continue to demonstrate utter disregard for the regional and humanitarian impact of their indiscriminate attacks, threatening the fishing industry, coastal communities, and imports of food supplies. As Secretary Austin underscored in his statement on Saturday, the United States will not hesitate to take action as needed to defend lives and the free flow of commerce in one of the world's most critical waterways. Again, we'll continue to make clear to the Houthis that they will bear the consequences if they do not stop their illegal attacks, which harm Middle Eastern economies, cause environmental damage, and disrupt the delivery of humanitarian aid to Yemen and other countries. With that, I'm happy to take your questions. We'll start with Associated Press. Tara.
Hi, General Ryder. Thanks for doing this. First, on the 30-day review, reading the unclassified summary, you're left with an impression that this was just somewhat blameless, like just couldn't be helped due to privacy laws. But the Secretary is not a private person. He's sixth in line in succession to the presidency. How did privacy keep this information from getting to the Commander-in-Chief and getting, why was that a reason?
Well, Tara, as the Secretary has said, the buck stops with him, and he's taken responsibility for not notifying the President and the White House sooner. And the review is also clear that there can be more guidance for how determinations are made, executed, and communicated. But again, as the Office of the Director of Administration and Management conducted this review, they found nothing during the review that demonstrated any indication of ill intent or attempt to obfuscate by the individuals involved. So as you saw us do very quickly, we took some immediate steps to ensure that there were actions taken to improve communication with organizations such as the White House and the President. And you saw us demonstrate that most recently when the Secretary visited Walter Reed on February 11th.
Okay. Secondly, yesterday an active duty service member set himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in protest of U.S. support for Israel's operations in Gaza. Has the Secretary been briefed on Airman Bushnell, and is he concerned that maybe this airman's actions may indicate that there's a bigger issue within the military as far as U.S. support for this ongoing operation?
Yeah, so the Secretary is following the situation. I know the Air Force has confirmed the airman's death. They do plan to provide additional information 24 hours after next of kin notifications are complete. It certainly is a tragic event. We do extend our condolences to the airman's family. In terms of the incident itself, Tara, as you know, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department has the lead for responding to questions about that incident. So anything on that, I'd have to refer you to them.
But is the Secretary concerned that this might indicate that there's a deeper issue, maybe the U.S. military personnel being concerned about how weapons and support for Israel is being used on civilians in Gaza?
Well, look, from a Department of Defense standpoint, since Hamas's brutal attacks on October 7th, we've been focused on the four key areas that the Secretary set out from the onset. That's protecting U.S. forces and citizens in the region, supporting Israel's inherent right to defend itself from terrorist attacks, working closely with Israel to support and secure the release of hostages from Hamas, and ensuring that the crisis, the conflict between Hamas and Israel, doesn't escalate into a broader regional conflict. And so those objectives are what continue to inform our approach to the situation in the Middle East. And as we've talked about before, while our support for Israel's inherent right to defend itself is ironclad, we've also continued to...
I'm back, chat. I'm going to rewind this just a little bit, just because I'm slightly behind on my monitoring device.
That incident. So anything on that, I'd have to refer you to them.
Jesus, what a coward. This guy is supposed to be a hero, right? Oh, thanks for your service, sir. Guess what, man? You're a fucking pussy, okay? Excuse my language and that very sexist word I just used. But what the fuck, dude? This guy is... That... Oh, like... It disgusts me that this guy is unwilling to even comment on it. That... Like, that was basically... I hate to make historical comparisons, but we just witnessed like a Tiananmen Square type situation, right? Sure, there wasn't a tank barreling this guy down, but there might as well have been And he's like, no comment.
But is the Secretary concerned that this might indicate that there's a deeper issue, maybe the U.S. military personnel being concerned about how weapons and support for Israel is being used on civilians in Gaza?
Well, look, from a Department of Defense standpoint, since Hamas's brutal attacks on October 7th, we've been focused on the 4 key areas that the Secretary set out from the onset. That's protecting U.S. forces and citizens in the region, supporting Israel's inherent right to defend itself from terrorist attacks, working closely with Israel to support and secure the release of hostages from Hamas, and ensuring that the crisis...
Seriously, he has no spine. What kind of man who wears all of this stuff, you know, that's supposed to signify his what do you call it? His honor and his ability to do battle, and yet a few words and he's like, I can't say words. I can't. No, don't make me say words. Just torture me. For fuck's sake. Yeah. No, seriously. Grow a spine. Say it. We support the genocide more than we do our own airmen. Okay? Just say that. Just be honest, at least, for the love of all things.
A deeper issue, maybe the U.S. military personnel being concerned about how weapons and support for Israel is being used on civilians in Gaza.
Well, look, from a Department of Defense standpoint, since Hamas's brutal attacks on October 7th, we've been focused on the 4 key areas that the Secretary set out from the onset. That's protecting U.S. forces and citizens in the region, supporting Israel's inherent right to defend itself from terrorist attacks, working closely with Israel to support and secure the release of hostages from Hamas, and ensuring that the conflict between Hamas and Israel doesn't escalate into a broader regional conflict. And so those objectives are what continue to inform our approach to the situation in the Middle East. And as we talked about before,
I'm sorry, I have to hear that again. I'm sorry. I am killing, I'm sure, all of you, but I just want to be 100% sure, and my ADD is not helping, but I just want to make sure I have him perfectly clear before I make another comment on this, because I have some words right now.
U.S. military personnel being concerned about how weapons and support for Israel is being used on civilians in Gaza.
Well, look, from a Department of Defense standpoint, since Hamas's brutal attacks on October 7th, we've been focused on the 4 key areas that the Secretary set out from the onset. That's protecting U.S. forces and citizens in the region.
Okay, we might just go one by one. Protecting U.S. citizens and forces in the region. Here is a question, and it's a very real question. Is sending bombs to Israel, is it sending arms that they're using to blast the area where U.S. citizens currently are? As we established earlier this stream, there are still U.S. hostages in Gaza. Is providing bombs for bombing the area where those people are supposedly located protecting them? Is that protection? Because I don't believe it is. I don't believe is sending in World War II, would sending bombs to Nazi Germany be protecting U.S. soldiers? I just don't understand, like how we even get there. So that was number 1. Let's listen to number 2.
Supporting Israel's inherent right to defend itself from terrorist attacks.
So number 2 is Israel's inherent right to defend itself from terrorist attacks. Like, first off, like, you know who were called terrorists in their day? The current people running South Africa. Okay, Nelson Mandela was a terrorist and was still designated terrorist even after the end of apartheid. And I think history will very well look at this situation similarly if and when this is all over.
Working closely with Israel to support and secure the release of hostages.
Okay, number 3 is working closely with Israel. We seem to be doing that one to a T.
Hamas, and ensuring that the crisis, the conflict between Hamas and Israel, doesn't escalate into a broader regional conflict.
Wow. Now that's some of the biggest bullshit I've ever heard. Unbelievable. Making sure that we don't the what's it called? The region doesn't devolve into conflict. We're actively bombing like 4 countries around Israel right now. Let me look that up, make sure it's 4. I'm pretty sure it's like 3 or 4. So that seems to already be a broader regional conflict. So that's just either a lie or an idiot talking who knows not what he is saying. Either way, it's untrue. We've already created a broader regional conflict, and we're lucky it hasn't devolved into World War III yet. So, okay, I guess some more bullshit.
So those.
Wait, Netanyahu doesn't care about the hostages, neither do we. Yeah, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? It really does. No worries here. I do this like 5 times a day, reading, watching something. They attacked us after we attacked them for decades. Yep. Well, historical context makes things very confusing.
Objectives are what continue to inform our approach to the situation in the Middle East. And as we've talked about before, while our support for Israel's inherent right to defend itself is ironclad, we've also continued to actively communicate our expectations that Israel take civilian safety and humanitarian assistance into account into their operations. You see that incorporated into every conversation the Secretary has with his counterpart in Israel, as well as other U.S. officials. And we expect them to continue to adhere to the law of armed conflict and international humanitarian law. And we'll continue to do that. Jennifer?
FG makes a very valid argument that I hadn't even considered, that he's both lying and an idiot, otherwise known as a lying idiot. It's a great point. 2-star General Ryder, perhaps a lying idiot? Question mark? More research needed, perhaps.
What is the name of the person who conducted this investigation, and is it a political appointee?
The director of the Office of Administration and Management is Jennifer Walsh, career civil servant. So her and a small team of civil servants conducted this review.
But it's independent of the Defense Secretary's office. It's not the office investigating itself.
Correct.
Why was Secretary Hicks not told it would be a good idea to return to D.C.?
Well, as we've highlighted previously, and again, the unclassified review talks about this, it was not uncommon under the procedures at the time to not include an explanation for the reason for transfer of authority. And again, as this unclassified summary highlights, the Secretary's team was faced with an unprecedented situation, and so they executed a transfer of authority in the same way that they had previously done. And I would also highlight there were several factors that came into play that the review found limited the Secretary's staff. First of all, medical privacy laws, to include HIPAA, prevented medical providers from sharing candid information with the Secretary's staff about his condition. Second, for privacy reasons, his staff were hesitant to prior share information that they did learn. And third, the Secretary's medical situation was in a state of flux. And so, for example...
Okay, it seems like they're kind of going back and forth. I don't want to subject you guys to all of this. Like, it's 45 minutes long, this whole press conference. But my guess is someone's going to ask another question about Airman Bushnell, so I'm going to try and find it, so please bear with me.
It wasn't clear in the beginning if this was going to be a one-day visit, a two-day visit. Realized that there was a process improvement required. We took immediate steps on January 8th to fix that.
Did his staff not know he had
information that they did learn?
Why January 8th? What are we talking about?
Again, the deputy was notified on the 4th of January. We've obviously, and as this summary highlights, realized that there was a process improvement.
Meaningless? I assume that was in reference to something that he was saying. And undoubtedly, it seems like most of what he says is meaningless. However, he's a 2-star general, which means he has a great deal of power. He commands a part of the army, or a part of the armed forces, if you will. It's one of these. I feel like this happens to me constantly when I'm doing this, like, kind of research and or like trying to keep up with what's happening is like, why? I don't want this guy's words to be important to me, but because of the relevant power dynamics and context of this man's job or whatever else it might be, it's just like it's a real catch-22, if you will. It's very paradoxical. Wait, I gotta get some sleep tonight, peeps. I got less than 3 hours last night. Okay, well, it was good having you, Wireless Mike. I hope you get some good sleep over there. Yeah, I'm gonna continue trying to search through this really quickly. Hopefully faster than I am.
The Secretary's team, deputy, were fully prepared to support the President as Commander-in-Chief at all times. Thank you. David.
So the way you describe that, it's the Secretary's aides making this decision to turn it over. Was the Secretary not in a condition where he could make the decision that, oh, I'm going into the critical care unit, I won't have communications?
This is actually, I don't know the context of this, but it sounds like the Secretary of Defense, if I'm not mistaken, was somehow or in some way hospitalized. Yeah. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so for some context here, if it wasn't clear yet, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III, remains, and this is coming directly from the Department of Defense as of, oh, this was from like a couple of weeks ago. Somehow I missed this. But they failed to notify the President of, sorry, I'm just going to read what they wrote. Lloyd J. Austin III remains hospitalized and in good condition following a non-surgical medical procedure after being admitted to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center over the weekend. Pentagon Press Secretary, Air Force Major General Pat Ryder, oh, his name is Pat, okay. He's a Major General, said today during a briefing at the Pentagon. Okay. Well, interesting. Ooh, Raptors. Honestly, I feel like we heard enough from him on this subject. I'm being perfectly frank. It sounds to me like they didn't really have anything to say about Airman Bushnell and are trying to avoid the subject entirely.
And specific actions, I think we can all agree, it is not uncommon for a natural human response when it comes to things like medical care to default to a privacy setting. To this review, as the Secretary has said, we are committed to being transparent and providing as much. Deputy Secretary.
Okay, but can I just ask that you take the following questions? When did the Chief of Staff know that the Secretary was hospitalized? Who did the Chief of Staff inform? Who else knew?
Well, so we've already talked about that. She was notified on the 2nd of January. By whom? It talks about in the unclassified summary. The senior military assistant notified.
This guy is dancing so hard. Whew. Okay, pal. That's probably enough from you. I'm done searching through that video. I had hopes that they would talk more about it, but that's like all the way half through it, and they're just talking about the Secretary. Not that it's not important, and that they shouldn't have notified people, but it really is pretty low on my list of things of stuff to care about right now, considering the state of everything. And good night to you, Wireless. Good night to you. God dang it. Alright, we're gonna watch this AP story. Why can't we just be better? Here is a AP video entitled Narrow Definition of Sex in Republican States Affecting Transgender People. Leavenworth, Kansas.
The Korean War. It has a lot of stuff. There's everything in here. It's got stuff. I think this was a World War II book.
Oh, they're not reading it. I have to read again. Why must you force me to read all the time with my mouth? Okay, so the subtitles read, Mac Allen, an 18-year-old boy in high school, a senior from Kansas, started transitioning when he was 16.
This was a World War II book.
Mac says he gets questioning looks and snide comments whenever he has to hand over his driver's license, which still identifies him as a woman. Mac says he gets oh, that's the same thing I just read. Sorry.
It just feels gross because
It does feel gross.
I've worked so hard to get to where I am now in my transition, and obviously I don't look like a woman and I don't sound like a woman.
Yeah, exactly. Kansas enacted a law last year that ended legal recognition of transgender identities. Wait, what? How did I not know that? I knew that there's just been so much bad legislation that, like, the specifics of it seem to either be forgotten by myself or somehow get completely missed. Wow. Just flat out ended the legal recognition of transgender identities. That's so counterproductive and garbage. Be best. Yes, everybody be best if you can. The measure says there are only two sexes.
It's really...
My ADD killed me. God dang it. The measure says that there are only two sexes that are based on a person's biological reproductive system at birth. Okay.
It's really
what about gender?
Impactful to...
And what about intersex? What about intersex and gender? Because intersex is obviously... but like, it's like they're just denying the existence of gender, but in the same breath, they're using the word, and it confuses me. Wait, what was it? The exact wording of that bill? Recognition of transgender identities. Why are they so stupid? I don't understand, chat. Why?
Myself, and kind of derogatory in a way, because I know I'm not a woman. I don't present as a woman at all. And to force me to use facilities for women puts a danger to me and also to everyone around me, because there might be violence within, wherever I go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the women in chat, like, I feel like, I don't know, I would love to know what your thoughts are, but if you saw this this man come into the public bathroom with you, would you have questions at all? Like, I mean, Jesus, like, why? And like, he lives in Kansas, right? Who knows? Like, I would be so scared to go to the bathroom, like in the wrong, like gendered bathroom, like, or any bathroom, honestly. And that, man, that is so depressing. That is so depressing. Bills in Republican-led states, almost missed this, Republican-led states to write definitions of sex into law prompted criticisms that the measures deny transgender people's legal recognition. No kidding. Much like Haya, gender is made up, but also there are only two. We made up, so there's only two. Yeah, it's this sort of weird circular logic that defines itself, and it makes... Oh, God, I just don't know why we have to make things more difficult for people intentionally, and it really confuses me. Public service announcement: your government representatives aren't there to help you further your theocratic plans. Okay, they're supposed to make people's lives better.
And with the new bills that they're introducing for Kansas, for medical transition, banning that, especially for minors, it really makes Kansas feel like a dangerous place for transgender people, and I mean the wider U.S., because those bills are happening in almost every state now. I would like to live as normal of a life as any other American would. I mean, I don't want to have barriers to my health care.
Yeah.
I don't want to be harassed in the bathroom, in the workplace, or at school.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, in the end, that's not fair.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't want any other American...
Why should kids be getting harassed because of how they identify? Here's the answer. They shouldn't. Ah, boy. Good job, Kansas.
To go through the things that we experience, then why are we making us go through that?
Oh, that's my knee. Ooh. I am so tempted to watch the new Daily Show right now. Oh, I want to so bad. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. You can't imagine what he's going through. Yeah, my dogs. You already get dirty looks in the bathroom, and you have boobs. I'm very masculine presenting. Well, that's awful too. That's awful too. People need to stop being so shitty. You know, that's my take, and hopefully it's not a controversial take. I fear it is, though. We're just gonna watch another one of these because it genuinely feels important, of like humongous importance, and the people who aren't making it important are assholes. All right, yeah.
At 11 with fresh demands for a ceasefire in Gaza. This time mourners are begging the U.S. government to intervene after an American service member died by suicide protesting the war. Many people are outside the Israeli embassy tonight. They're expressing shame and disgust. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Yancey.
And I'm Leon Harris. Jim is off tonight. Now, just as that rally was winding down this evening, a major announcement from President Biden, who says that he believes a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas could be just days away.
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend. At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday, we'll have a ceasefire.
That news came too late for one young man. He died.
Okay, this is just me.
After protest.
This is just me, okay? But if I were Joe Biden in that moment, the second somebody started asking me a question about Palestine, or like even looked at me with a camera, I would have thrown that ice cream so far. I don't even care. I don't even care, okay? I would have just thrown it. Because answering that question with a fucking ice cream in your hand is a real bad look, okay? It's the worst look ever. All right, because first off, the take is terrible, but then you combine it with the fact that the people, and I don't know why I'm laughing, but it's just, I think it's one of those laugh or cry moments for me right now. Basically, I mean, like, you know, you got starving children in Gaza. We already watched a video of babies sucking on dates because their mothers can't breastfeed them, and he's here licking on an ice cream. I swear to God, it would have been better if he hit somebody with that ice cream than to hold it while talking about that. I swear to God. And maybe that's ridiculous. Maybe it's a terrible take, but that's where I'm at. Because the thing is like, I am like kind of this sort of belief that, I mean, the thing is I haven't had a trillion criticisms for Biden his entire presidency, right? I mean, I have definitely had criticisms the whole time, but like it was easier for a while to make the case that he's statistically and verifiably, quantifiably better than Donald Trump, and I'm still in that camp, but it's by such a small margin at this point that I can't watch him do anything stupid anymore, and it's killing me. It is fucking killing me, folks. Like I don't want to vote for him, and it's just like every time he does something stupid, it makes it even harder. Oh my God, chat saying a bunch of stuff. You don't enjoy it, BCat, but you're right. But you're right. Sometimes it really just fits. Just waking up to him and taking that cone and mashing it into his escaping face. I can see you doing that. I could see you doing that, 100%. I wouldn't even blame you, but you definitely get tackled by the Secret Service in about a fraction of a second. Might be worth it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say you should do it, but I would like to see it. That's all I'm gonna say. Someone just make an AI video of that for me, please.
In the war on the same sidewalk where demonstrators rallied today. News 4's Walter Morris has more on the investigation into the U.S. airman's death.
We want a ceasefire immediately.
A growing memorial outside of the Israeli embassy. Candles and flowers placed on the sidewalk one day after
I'm trying to get through a very serious video, guys. And you're making me laugh way too much right now, okay? I'm gonna have to go back and be very serious in a second, okay? So serious faces, everybody. It was fucking hilarious. Good job. The comment was worth it, I'll be honest. The double worth it. It was a worth itception. So good job with that.
Mourners are begging the U.S. government to intervene after an American service member died by suicide protesting the war. Many people are outside the Israeli embassy tonight. They're expressing shame and disgust. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm Sean Yancey.
And I'm Leon Harris. Jim is off tonight. Now, just as that rally was winding down this evening, a major announcement from President Biden, who says that he believes a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas could be just days away.
Well, I hope by the beginning of the weekend. I mean, the end of the weekend. At least my national security advisor tells me that we're close. We're close. It's not done yet. And my hope is by next Monday, we'll have a ceasefire.
That news came too late for one young man. He died after protesting the war on the same sidewalk where demonstrators rallied today. News 4's Walter Morris has more on the investigation into the U.S. airman's death.
We want a ceasefire immediately.
A growing memorial outside of the Israeli embassy. Candles and flowers placed on the sidewalk one day after a U.S. airman set himself on fire in what's being described as an extreme act of protest. And Monday evening, hundreds of pro-Palestine demonstrators gathering on International Drive near Van Ness Street.
Disgusted. I'm angry. I'm really sad. We don't need people to resort to this kind of thing.
This was the view Sunday afternoon. D.C. police and the U.S. Secret Service responding after Aaron Bushnell, wearing military fatigues, doused himself in flammable liquid and ignited. The 25-year-old began live broadcasting online moments before and was heard yelling, "Free Palestine," before he collapsed, eventually dying from his injuries. Not long after, Secret Service searching his car, and we're told they didn't find any explosive devices.
Shouldn't have been necessary because the U.S. should have long since abandoned sending aid to Israel and continuing to prop up their illegal apartheid.
Monday afternoon, federal investigators searching this Maryland motel for hours. Montgomery County Police and hazmat crews called in to assist at the Days Inn Travelodge in Silver Spring. Reps for the Secret Service staying tight-lipped, but confirming to News 4 they are investigating. Air Force officials say Bushnell was a cyber defense specialist based in San Antonio, active duty since May 2020, saying in a statement, "We extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of Senior Airman Bushnell. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, and we ask that you respect..."
Fucking thoughts and prayers. I'm so sick of hearing about thoughts and prayers in the worst of times, okay? Thoughts and prayers will do nothing to fix the situation. And while the sentiment might be nice, how about some actual, like, real consideration? Huh? How about, like, responding to what he's talking about? How about doing something about what he's talking about? How about just recognizing it, like coming from the Air Force, that he, you know,
privacy during this difficult time.
Wow.
Self-emulating. It's
like not one mention of what it is that he protested about.
Extreme form of political protest. We've seen it in Vietnam in the past, and for him to come out here and do that,
not that they ever do. It's just frustrating, is all. So don't take it for like me being like, oh, like they're always doing it. Why don't they do it for that? Like, no, but it's just ridiculous. Enjoy your ice cream while millions starve and are blown up with your weapons. Exactly right. Like, that's the point. It's the worst look ever. While you say, and I'm gonna look it up right now because of the fact that I was gonna do it earlier. Okay, folks. So this, I was gonna look it up previously, and now I do have the information for you. Okay, and you don't need that up for me to tell you this. So I was talking about it previously, in terms of even if the ceasefire ends, if they continue to blockade Gaza, how long can people survive? And I've done a little bit of research, and it appears to be pretty much understood by most people. So it appears that a person can live for approximately 3 weeks with just water. Now remember, Palestinians barely have water right now. I don't even know how they're managing to get any water right now. I haven't seen any stories on how they're managing to actually drink, because you do need water 100% to live. You need some amount of water because we're made up of 70% water or whatever it is. It's a large number. Point is, on just water, you can live for approximately 3 weeks. Some say over a month or two, depending on if you have like any food. So the currently, right, no clean water, but I guess my point is that like I don't know what they're doing to even get that. You know what I'm saying? Like just to get water. Like, I mean, are they just trying to get it from the sea? Because from what I understand, like even the sea is being like watched pretty like and guarded by. So like I'm just trying to figure it out, and I don't know. But it would appear that, considering how long it's been going, people are genuinely, regardless of even having water or rice, because I've seen people with buckets of rice and water, even with that, because the nutritional value of rice is so low, it does not really extend much for people in terms of survival time, especially if it's as meager as they've been receiving, right? Because I've been seeing how much like entire families are getting. It's one pot of rice. That's not a lot of food. What are people saying? That's how out of touch he is. Yeah, he's incredibly out of touch. Did I cover the Jon Stewart clip yet? No, I didn't cover Jon Stewart yet. I wasn't going to. Like, I saw it. I really wanted to click it, but I didn't, because trying to avoid it. Partially because I'm pretty sure, I can't be 100% sure, but I feel like that's a good way to get definitely copyright struck. I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, seas are salt water. Exactly. But I mean, there is ways to remove salt from water. So I'm just thinking out loud in terms of potentiality. Like, what are they doing? Because I don't have an answer for it. And if someone does, I'd love to know what they're doing. But I don't actually know. I should watch the Jon Stewart video. It's based. It's an idea. It's an idea. I mean, it's just one of those things I'm trying to avoid doing. Now, you think everybody's going to cover it tomorrow? Interesting. You might be right. Maybe you're right. All right, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. We'll watch it. You're probably right. I feel like we've seen. I feel like I've seen people covering Jon Stewart, and honestly, I am interested. I don't want to get copyright struck or anything else like that, but you know, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. My niche might be covering things that happened today and tonight, instead of people having to wait. I hope it's not just that. I genuinely hope it doesn't wind up being just that, because that sounds exhausting. Not that I don't mind doing it, but I'd rather it be more happenstance sort of thing rather than a niche because, yeah. I would rather not be having to try and beat everybody to the content all the time. And hopefully my takes can be good enough that my videos can last longer than a moment. Me do me. I'll do me. I'll definitely do me. That's a guarantee. Oh boy. Oh, we're definitely watching this. Okay. AC is on point with this one though. I gotta be real. This one's good, and we're definitely watching it because this is Jon Stewart on Israel Palestine. Okay. Yeah. You're supposed to believe that the guy gleefully enjoying an ice cream cone while actively facilitating the genocide of an oppressed, resource-deprived people is better than Trump. Okay. Oh, B-Cat. Hey, I'm struggling to actually disagree with what you're saying, but I would try if I had more energy. Like, here's the thing, okay? Because honestly, like, I'm gonna try just slightly, okay? The thing about president is, like, they're not supposed to be king, and so like, their effectiveness is often, or their, what do you call it? Their influence, in my opinion, is oftentimes like 50-50 legislative and tone, right? And while I totally agree with the sentiment of what you're saying there, undoubtedly, like, I still feel that the tone of the president, while it sounds incredibly performative and is in fact performative, I think is kind of part of the job of president, which is to bring people together somehow. He's not doing a good job of it, don't get me wrong, but Trump isn't even gonna try to bring people together. He's gonna intentionally separate us, right? And that I have a serious problem with. And so, like, the tone between I know it sounds so minute in terms of being like, oh, this guy's tone is better than the other ones. That's all I got left. So, your sunglasses? Huh, that's cool. I didn't realize that was your emoji. What we gotta do, and we haven't done yet, but we will hopefully get done soon, is make like commands for people's emojis in here, like we had in MR at one point. So hopefully I'm gonna put that on my list of things to have. My list is getting very long, but I will try and get that one done soon. Oops. Okay. Alright, that was pretty good. It was pretty good. I liked most of what was said there. I just don't know if I agree with his final take on it, honestly. Wouldn't be the conclusion that I would have made. I'd have to consider it. I don't think I've heard anybody even suggest a demilitarized zone between the two countries and actually establishing a true Palestinian state. I do like the idea of that part of it a lot, of there being an actual Palestinian state. But it just, right now, it just seems so hard to even consider what a Palestinian state would look like because Israel just destroyed the whole thing. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like the context of it makes that suggestion just so complicated. Like, in terms of like, well, okay, like we make them. Does that mean that Israel can keep striking over the demilitarized border? I mean, like, how does that, like, what are we talking about here? I'd really have to parse that more to really give a more in-depth analysis of it, because I mean, honestly, even after having criticized, there are aspects of it that I'm like thinking about that I kind of like the idea of, specifically in terms of actually having a Palestinian state. but this whole time I've honestly thought that really the necessary thing is for there to be a one-state solution because of the close proximity especially with things like, for instance, like East Jerusalem, right? Like, how do you solve that situation? Because it's not just Gaza. I feel like we always forget that there's millions of Palestinians living in West Bank that also, you know, like, oh God, yeah, no, I can't, I can't opine on that any further, really, because it's just so. That's yeah, it's unexpected, honestly, to hear anybody even suggest it, and so now I'm just like thinking here, okay, what is that actually? What are the ramifications of it? Like, where do the lines meet up? Wait, what happened? You missed something? Sorry, I'm missing what's happening as well. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll probably put something else on while we're breaking. They're being violently displaced and brutalized. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, that much is super clear. If only we could fix this problem ourselves. We didn't have to go to other people to fix it for us. Oh, wait, what is this? Is this the same? Is this from... No, I think I forgot. I didn't add this, but I meant to. Oh, BCAT just doesn't want anybody to feel left out. That's fair. That's fair. Very thoughtful, BCAT. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. This is more of the ICJ from the Day 6 AM session, which I believe was the final day of this particular hearing.
Please be seated. The sitting is open.
The court meets this morning to hear Turkey, Zambia, the League of Arab States, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the African Union on the questions submitted to it by the United Nations General Assembly on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. As I've already mentioned, each delegation is kindly asked to respect the 30-minute time allocation for its presentation. This morning, the court will take a short break after the presentation of the League of Arab States.
To the representative of Turkey, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Yildiz, you have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, good morning to all. We are here today to deliver our oral submission on an issue, the solution of which is long overdue. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict could have been settled by now if the international law especially humanitarian law and human rights law, had been upheld, and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people had been recognized. The rules-based international system has come to a point of collapse because of injustices that are being inflicted on the Palestinian people for decades. Now, the International Court of Justice has also a case before it against Israel concerning violations of its obligations under the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. This is a clear indication of the current consequences of violations of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people and intolerable oppression in the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem. Turkey calls for the full implementation of the provisional measures indicated by the court, and we hope the Security Council will uphold its responsibility to enforce it, at least in these critical conditions, in respect of the court. The court's advisory opinion on the current file will remind the international community once again of the legal consequences arising from the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, and the gravity of the situation in whole Palestine. Palestinians seek recognition of their inalienable rights in their own land. They only want justice, equality, dignity, and their long-deserved independence. The Republic of Turkey has strong and profound bonds with the region, not only with the Arabs, but also with the Jews. Jews who were oppressed centuries ago in Europe found shelter in Turkey, where they were welcomed. The same happened during the Second World War. We have never hesitated to stand with the oppressed, regardless of their identity. As such, Turkey cannot remain indifferent to Israeli attempts to alter the character and status of the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem. And we cannot remain indifferent to the ongoing attacks by Israel against the Palestinian people. In our written statement, we had shared our views on certain aspects of the question at hand. The points made in the written statement are as relevant following 7 October 2023 as before, if not more. Besides, the unfolding situation after October 7 proves once again that without addressing the root cause of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there can be no peace in the region. Israeli-Palestinian conflict did not start on 7 October 2023. The conflict is not about a certain Palestinian faction or group. The conflict dates back to an earlier century. But the real obstacle to peace is obvious. The deepening occupation by Israel of the Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, and failure to implement the two-state vision, Israel and Palestine living side by side. Palestinian people live in extremely difficult conditions under Israel's suffocating occupation. Israel's decades-long occupation has not only led to deprivation of Palestinian people of their fundamental rights, but also made them dependent on Israel's mercy. Their properties are demolished, their land is usurped, their livelihoods are confiscated. Although they are living in the 21st century, the practices they have been subject to are from Middle Ages and sometimes even worse. Today, the Palestinian people only need emancipation and dignity. Israel's ongoing occupation and Israel's ongoing and deliberately prolonged occupation, and intransigent policies failing all initiatives have also left the Palestinians who were expelled from homeland to neighboring countries in limbo, in despair and hopelessness, generation after generation. We believe that all unilateral acts and measures by Israel aimed at changing the character and status of the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, constitute breach of international law and must be unconditionally rescinded. Mr. President, distinguished members, Turkey submitted a written statement pursuant to the court's order of 6 February 2023 in accordance with Article 66, paragraph 2 of the Statute of the Court. The scope of the questions put by the court is undoubtedly wider, but the written statement by Turkey has focused on the historical status quo in the holy places within the broader context of the status of Jerusalem. The Republic of Turkey wishes to reaffirm that this statement does not affect its legal position on any other issues not related to the current request of the General Assembly for an advisory opinion of the court. Please allow me to touch upon a few select points to re-emphasize where we stand. Lack of political will or interest among the international community to address the root causes of the conflict created a strong sense of injustice among the Palestinians and in general in the international community. Regrettably, the United Nations Security Council, which has a primary responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security, has clearly failed to discharge its duties. The overwhelming majority of the member states of the UN have asked for an immediate and conditional ceasefire in Gaza and delivery of unhindered, sufficient and sustained humanitarian assistance. So far, regrettably, the UN Security Council has fallen short of establishing such righteous demands due to its inherent flaws. By the same token, the situation in the occupied territories has not improved despite numerous resolutions that the UN General Assembly and Security Council resolutions adopted over decades. Israel's unlawful unilateral actions that are considered null and void in many of the UN resolutions are continuously putting the two-state vision in jeopardy. Unlawful settlement activity has intensified to the extent that it is now extremely difficult to mention contiguity of the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, which is a key to a lasting peace. Transfer of the Israeli population in the form of settlements has been changing the demographic composition of the occupied territories. Demolition of houses of the Palestinians, as well as forcible evacuations, continue under the protection of the Israeli security forces. Also, settler violence are increasing day by day against native Palestinians. One of the main aspects of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is about observing the sanctity of and the historical status quo at the holy places. Located in East Jerusalem, Al-Aqsa Mosque compound, or Haram al-Sharif, is among the holiest sites for Muslims around the world. Therefore, its sanctity as a Muslim shrine must be upheld as sacrosanct at all times. The historical status quo at the holy places in Jerusalem, including in Haram al-Sharif, was established during the Ottoman era and has remained in place ever since. On 4th of April 2023, Israeli security forces stormed the Al-Aqsa mosques, beat up worshippers, and detained hundreds of them altogether during the holy month of Ramadan. This kind of brutal practice is becoming commonplace. While Muslim worshippers face the treatment above, Israeli security forces continue storming the Haram al-Sharif to provide shelter for the Jews who enter the compound in breach of the historical status quo. In addition to the holy places, the status of Jerusalem itself is also a main issue. As a result of well-known developments, the State of Israel was proclaimed on 14 May 1948, and the ensuing conflict resulted in Israel controlling more land than envisaged under the UN General Assembly Resolution 181 of 29 November 1947. An armistice line, known also as Green Line, came into being. On 5th of June 1967, Israel launched a military offensive and occupied the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem illegally. In the following period, several UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions affirmed that acquisition of territory by military conquest is inadmissible under the international law, and confirmed that all legislative and administrative measures and actions taken by Israel which purport to alter the status of Jerusalem, including expropriation of lands and properties thereon, are invalid and cannot change the status. Furthermore, the UN Security Council condemned in the strongest terms all measures taken to change the status of the city of Jerusalem. United Nations General Assembly, in its resolution of 4th of July 1967, also considered measures taken by Israel to change the status of the city of Jerusalem totally invalid. It called upon Israel to rescind all measures already taken and to desist forthwith from taking any action which would alter the status of Jerusalem. UN General Assembly resolution of 14th July 1967 also reiterated this call. On 30th of July 1980, Israeli Parliament adopted Basic Law titled Jerusalem, the Capital of Israel, proclaiming the complete and united Jerusalem is the capital of the State of Israel, which asserted a clear change into the character and status of the city of Jerusalem. In response to this illegal act, the UN Security Council resolution, I repeat, UN Security Council, not General Assembly, the UN Security Council resolution 478 in 1980 affirmed that, I quote, the enactment of the Basic Law by Israel constitutes a violation of international law and determines that all legislative and administrative measures and actions taken by Israel as the occupying power, which have altered or purport to alter the character and status of the holy city of Jerusalem, and in particular...
Okay, chat, I am back. Sorry for the delay. I just shoved an entire sandwich into my face and went to the bathroom. Yeah, I've definitely been listening along. I'm trying to figure out who this justice is. I've missed it. So I guess that means I'm not paying enough attention. A lot of stuff in chat I missed. Most of it's pretty funny or some sort of inside baseball we're talking, it would seem. Okay. Cool. Go back to watching this if you don't mind. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was the last day at the World Court, so.
The recent basic law on Jerusalem are null and void and must be rescinded forthwith. UN Security Council also censured, condemned in the strongest terms the enactment by Israel of the basic law on Jerusalem and the refusal to comply with relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Furthermore, the Council decided not to recognize the basic law and such other actions by Israel that, as a...
By the way, in response to something in chat, I've started doing something, and tell me if you think this is ridiculous or wrong in some way. I'm always open to being checked on my beliefs, unlike some people. But I am, I'm of the opinion that unless we're talking about trans rights, particularly, I've stopped making the distinction. So women are women, men are men, and I'm not gonna say whether a person is a trans woman or a trans man, unless it's in context to trans rights or other things like that, because it shouldn't matter, and we should stop being so. And I'm not. I hope this is not coming off as a criticism in any way, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying this is my vibe right now. If you think that that's a good vibe, whatever. One's in chat, but I hope it's not coming off as some sort of bullshit higher right chick take or something like that. What I'm saying is the exact opposite. I'm saying it should be so unimportant. There should be so little pushback against this stuff that we should stop making the distinction unless it's vital to do so. And while I appreciate the information that was given in chat, I guess that's my new take, because I feel like I've been growing as a person in terms of how I view things sometimes, not even sometimes, it seems like every day I grow as a person, and that's something that I came to the conclusion of recently. So I just figured I'd share it with chat, and I got a 1 in chat from my dogs. No, totally. All that stuff is, yeah. You have assumptions about everybody in chat. My brain insists I picture a person when I see their name. Yeah, it's funny how the brain works like that, isn't it? And the thing is a lot of people don't have pictures as their chat pictures, right? On YouTube or wherever else. And so you have to just make something up based upon what somebody is saying or talking about. So anyway, yeah, let's go back to this. It was completely off topic, and that's on me for addressing chat, but I feel like it's important to have discussions like this. One of the reasons why I decided to start streaming.
The result of this law seek to alter character and status of Jerusalem. In the same way, General Assembly, in several resolutions regarding the adoption of Basic Law, expressed its strong rejection of any changes to the status of Jerusalem. Also,
BCAT says that she agrees, but that Charlie is an open and an advocate so that she can give us insight for a more robust understanding of our trans siblings. Okay, I see what you're saying, and so. Yeah, and I don't want you to take it as pushback. It was just literally, it sparked something in that I had been thinking, and I just said it, right? So I hope you didn't take it that way at all, but I absolutely, I appreciate your take.
Resolution adopted by the General Assembly on 30th November 2022 called upon all states, consistent with their obligations under the UN Charter and relevant Security Council resolutions, following. A. Not to recognize any changes to the pre-1967 borders, including with regard to Jerusalem, other than those agreed by the parties through negotiations, including by ensuring that agreements with Israel do not imply recognition of Israeli sovereignty over the territories occupied by Israel in 1967. B. To distinguish in their relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. Although some states deviated from these commitments, the resolutions are still valid and must be upheld. The UN Security Council and UN General Assembly resolutions cited above illuminate how the UN bodies and international community see the Israeli unilateral actions in the occupied Palestinian territories.
I might need to make coffee.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, basically, Israel is the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territories and under the obligation to abide by international law. Therefore,
I see a lot of responses to what I was saying here. Yeah, my dogs, and that's a fair point, which is, you know, and I wasn't sure who was watching or not, and so, like, I don't know, I just threw the question out, and you're right, like, I feel like the people who should make that distinction are probably trans people and not myself, so it's just, it just felt like the thing to do in my mind, but I would love to hear the takes from them in particular. You have to stop yourself from consciously misgendering people. Yeah, yeah, it's I mean yeah, you do have to make sure, right? It's not I think that it can be difficult for people who have lived their whole lives not considering this to have to start considering it, but we should all take it upon ourselves to do so. And I think it's, you know, I think it's important for us to do that, right? And I think I appreciate you for putting in the effort to not misgender people. And it's difficult, you know, and I personally have had times where I've unintentionally misgendered people and felt really bad about it, you know, and over time I've had to come to realizations or whatever you want to call them so that I could get to the point where I was being a true ally and that I wasn't making people uncomfortable, even if it was unintentional. I think I said unintentional, but I kind of my tongue got caught in my throat there for a second. But yeah, I think for all of us, we just need to put in the effort. You know, if it doesn't come to you naturally, you gotta just try. That's all it is.
Any Israeli acts and or measures executed in the occupied Palestinian territories in breach of international law should be considered null and void. The practices, as well as acts and measures violating human rights, must be held to account. The same especially goes for the policies and practices of Israel in Jerusalem and the holy places. Any Israeli act and measure aimed at altering the character and status of the city of Jerusalem and of the holy places, including Haram al-Sharif, should be considered null and void and must be ended to rescind immediately. I focused on these points because Turkey is deeply concerned by the unilateral policies and practices of Israel, which violate the historical status quo in Haram al-Sharif, and attempt to set a precedent to divide it temporally and spatially. Turkey also rejects unlawful, illegitimate, and provocative measures that de facto restrict free access of Muslims into Haram al-Sharif. This is not only a breach of the historical status of Haram al-Sharif, but is also violation of basic human rights of Muslims in the occupied territories. Following provocations by certain members of the Israeli government at the meeting of the Security Council held on 20 February 2023, the President of the Security Council reiterated the call for, inter alia, preserving the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem. I quote, "The Security Council calls for upholding the unchanged historic status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem, in word and in practice, and emphasizes in this regard the
Well, what just happened?
special role of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan," unquote. But in total disregard of the international calls for upholding the historical status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem.
Yeah, absolutely. The more that you keep trying, the easier it gets, and you have to consciously make the decision to unlearn so much of deeply learned ways of thought. And that's the thing, we all are, brought up on whatever it is we're brought up on, and, early socialization is a huge part of things, right? But as adults, we have choices to make, and so it's important that we do these things actively and not just be reactionary sort of people, right? And I think the thing that I love most about majority report, or like that I don't know if it is what initially drew me to a majority report, but they're like Sam Cedar's insistence to like debate and sort of debunk and sort of unbrainwash people that are in a certain kind of thinking, right? Especially when it comes to like libertarians, for instance. Although he's certainly debated plenty of other sorts of people. Like it's just that, I think that's super important that we are all broken out of our sort of paradigm of thinking for a moment to consider others, because a lot of us are too easily focused on ourselves and our small groups that we forget the bigger picture of things. We forget others, and I'm not accusing anybody in chat of this, but just speaking much more generally. And so, I feel like I'm just droning on now. Anyway, I'm gonna keep listening to this very important thing that's happening. Go.
Certain Israeli ministers continue violating the sanctity of and the historical status quo at the holy sites. In 2023, just before October 7, thousands of Israeli extremists and settlers stormed into Al-Aqsa Mosque complex during the Jewish holiday of Sukkot, mainly in response to the heinous calls by the Israeli politicians.
That's a great point. I feel like I haven't heard enough people making the contextual reference with Al-Aqsa Mosque, aka Al-Aqsa flood, and the attack on that mosque during I believe it was the high holy month of Ramadan. And it's just, like it puts into context the way that the media and the way that the Western powers treat different atrocities. Because that was terrorism. How was that not terrorism? Attacking a mosque? In any other country, people would accept that that's fucking terrorism, and those people have the right to defend themselves. But it's just, anyway, I'm just going to keep going. Sorry. Oh, a bunch of stuff. Much agreement in chat, it looks like. Wonder how Jess is doing. I don't even know who you're talking about right now for some reason. I'm trying to think of who that is. Is that somebody in this chat? I don't think so. Must be. Although I feel like that reference is somehow sparking something in my head. I just can't for some reason think of who you're talking about. Anyway, go back to this.
Of the United Nations Human Rights Council also expressed grave concern at the restrictions imposed by Israel that impede the access of Christian and Muslim worshippers to holy sites in the occupied territories. Human Rights Council resolutions demanded Israel, as the occupying power, cease all illegal actions in the occupied Palestinian territories. These include excavations in and around religious and historic sites, and all other unilateral measures aimed at altering the character, status, and demographic composition of the territory as a whole, all of which have, inter alia, a grave and detrimental impact on the human rights of the Palestinian people. And
oh, it's one of your friends. Okay. I see. Well, I hope your friend is okay and that you can find them.
The prospects for a just and peaceful settlement. Access to and protection of places of worship and holy sites, as well as excavations beneath and around Al-Aqsa Mosque, have also long been subject of concern and recommendations of several human rights treaty bodies. The protection of the status of Jerusalem and the holy sites is important not only for the maintenance of the peaceful coexistence tradition among communities there from different faiths since the Ottoman era, but also for observing the sensitivities of billions of people around the world. Mr. President, distinguished members, the scope of the Israel-Palestinian conflict and the status of Jerusalem is surely wider, ranging from settlements to transfer of Israeli settlers to the occupied territories, confiscations of land, demolition of homes, and displacement of Palestinian civilians in violation of the international law. Today, the unfolding situation in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank is extraordinary, extremely dangerous, and if left unchecked, runs the risk of threatening not only regional, but also global peace and security. I would like to emphasize...
Oh, hold on. So much stuff in chat for me to respond to. You guys are going so fast right now for me. Okay. It was a friend of AC's. It was, Jess was a girl who eventually transitioned to being a man. And unfortunately you can't find her, or him, sorry. I got thrown off by too many pronouns at once. Yeah. Sam Cedar's great. Can't remember when I started listening to MR, but I know I started watching a lot more when Michael Brooks started. Yeah, I mean, Michael Brooks was there very early into his YouTube career. And he was a light among leftists. I miss him. I miss Michael Brooks very much. He's so funny. I wish I could be even 1/10 as funny as Michael Brooks. If I can make this podcast even 10% as funny as Michael Brooks's, and 5% as intelligent as Michael Brooks's takes, I feel I will have done something. Okay. That's how I feel about Michael Brooks. Okay. He is a hero that will be sorely missed, at least by me. And I think by a lot of people, if you were to analyze it and take a poll or something. Yeah, that makes me want to watch a Michael Brooks video or something, because yeah, that's the thing is, he just had such a astute take on things coming from a truly leftist perspective. It always felt like, and yet his knowledge of history, his ability to give context to nearly every single situation, no matter where you were talking about on the globe, it was breathtaking. It was breathtaking. Because it's one thing to have that knowledge, right? It's one thing to be able to do that. But then to be able to also like 50% to like 90% of the time, I can't give us a hard number on that, but like most of the time, right, a majority of the time, being able to take that knowledge and turn it into comedy is a gift that most people don't have, and that I struggle to even like consider competing with. I'd certainly you know what I mean, like I hope that's clear, like, because man, like I feel like it's almost unattainable, you know. He's like one of those voices that should have just, and he was snuffed out so quickly. There was zero lead up to it. I had no clue. He didn't, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was like an air embolism or something, or something that happened. It was so sudden. There was zero, like, I know I wasn't prepared for it to happen. At the time, I tried to make like a montage, and I got too depressed. I couldn't finish it. Like, that's the truth. Like, at the time of his death, what is it, 4 years ago now? I think it was like 4 years ago to the day, almost. Getting very close. I know that. But, yeah. I lost my train of thought just thinking about when it was, but yeah, Michael Brooks, I will never forget you, pal. Is it just me, or does it look like this judge is flicking off the camera? Just noticed that. Oh my god. It's been up there this whole time. It's just flicking us off. Fuck. Punching up while respecting marginalized communities was a beautiful balance. Exactly. And then to have an encyclopedic knowledge of like world events and world history, and like be able to be like, oh, you want context for this fucking thing? Because people on the right are always making these ridiculous claims about history with, you know, in the middle of debates, and it's always great to have somebody who can actually push back using history. Oh man, it was in his throat, right? Yes, I knew that as well. I just disregarded that fact during my soliloquy just now. Sorry about that monologue of mine. Just look over and over about how some of the best people go too early. Yeah, it's super sad. It's super sad, and hopefully one of us can wind up becoming as at least nearly as insightful as him, and as funny at the same time. Truly. And the fact is, I kind of found him around the same time that, because I think it was 2014 that Obama, not Obama, why am I saying Obama? Obama. I just called Jon Stewart Obama in my mind. Or out loud. Jon Stewart, I think he left Daily Show around the same time I found like the Majority Report, like slightly after it, by like I think like a year or so. And like, so it always felt like there was a vacuum of somebody making kind of leftist but also funny takes. But like, obviously Michael Brooks is much more of a leftist than Jon Stewart. I almost feel like I don't have to say that, but just for the sake of the VOD, nobody comes back saying, excuse me. No, that's not my point. My point is just that it was just good to have someone really funny, you know, that was saying things that I wanted to hear comedians say. And yeah, like I miss a lot of things like the Ken and Ken show, and like, you know, stuff like that. Nation of Islam, Obama, you know, right wing Mandela. I mean, right wing Mandela was just so good. Oh god. Sorry, chat. I am just sitting here reminiscing about Michael Brooks now. I feel like it's become the Michael Brooks reminisce cast suddenly. getting very sentimental very quickly. You just no, I believe no, it was I'm almost positive it was his throat AC, not his brain. Still about 15% think that it might have been an OP. Oh, an op. Oh, AC. Oh god. I really hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. If it was, we got problems. We got way bigger problems than I think. And this is the basic, I mean, this is the week, so I'm not calling the weekday podcast the Doomercast. Maybe I should. I might do it, but even considering the name of the weekend show, oh god, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that. Like, granted, like, I can see how he would be considered dangerous to power. I mean, the fact is, at the end of his life, he was doing incredible things that I didn't think were possible. Things like getting Lula onto the podcast. I'm trying to think of it. I think you get what I'm saying, though. Like, he was certainly making a difference, but I struggled to believe that he was so dangerous to the establishment that they would do that. But hey, if that's the case, I mean, that would be, not only would it be incredibly revelatory, it would be fucking nuts. Oh, not just thinking about it right now is giving me a headache. You don't even have the appetite to read all the theory that he read. That's the thing. It's really hard to, right? It's really difficult. Like, even for someone such as myself who's decided to start podcasting all this stuff and getting into the very pedantry of it all, I struggle. I personally struggle very much so with trying to consider being like, okay, can I be as well read as Michael Brooks? Like, I have a massive bookshelf on the Galactic space station here, but like, I feel like I'm not even close to getting to where somebody like a Michael Brooks was in terms of being as well read. I hope I can continue to improve over time, but it's just it feels like such a daunting task. Be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna really delve into the entire world real quick. Let's see how long this takes. Oh, 100%. I was about to start this again, but I have to continue responding to chat because you're all on the same wavelength as me right now. His career was exploding. It was absolutely exploding, 100%, and it was amazing. It was amazing how well he was doing. I was in those like live streams and stuff like that, and oh god, you're gonna try and sleep Moan up. Yeah, get some sleep. You do what you gotta do. Sam seemed to change after he passed, and that's a fact. I mean, I know Sam has been like, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna take that back. It feels like Sam has been hurt deeply by his passing, and that it really, really affected him. And I'm I'm not shocked. I mean, he loved Michael, from what I could tell. He genuinely seemed to their ability to create together. It was incredible to see in this space where, you know, don't cry yourself to sleep, Moan Up. Hugs in chat to Moan Up. Don't cry yourself to sleep. We are here for you. I must make that clear. I'm just monologuing so hard right now. But, you know, oh no, you're welcome, Mona. I'm glad you had fun. And you sleep well. Don't, like I said, you know, unless you need to cry, and then cry. But it just makes me sad. I just want to fix it. That's maybe an urge I need to fix myself. But the passing of Michael Brooks is just like now stuck in my mind. Like, I'm struggling to move on to this video. Like Michael wouldn't want me to. Oh, we wouldn't want Mo and Elb to cry. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything you are all saying. Oh, right, I was talking about Sam's demeanor after the passing of Michael Brooks, and in that case, you could just tell. But part of the problem with trying to analyze that is we're watching Sam in the context that he was used to being with Michael every day. You know, surrounded by that environment where they were basically building together with like Matt and everybody else that was involved at the time, and you can't be surprised that his vibe on camera changed, right? I mean, for like weeks he was struggling not to cry, which I totally understood, and I was watching it and crying at times. Like, that's just a fact, and I'll just say it with no shame. And you know, it's just it's to be expected when you see somebody like, and that it feels different even for you, right? So you might even be right, because I was probably projecting too, for sure. But like, you know, you got to remember like this. Sometimes we might be projecting our own experiences onto other people, but still, I mean, I'm sure that he was completely broken up about the situation to the point that, you know, like he was struggling to do normal things like most people do when somebody dies that are close to them. And you know, I think he's managed to really bring MR back to a good place, but I think for a while he struggled to like fill the void that was created by the loss of Michael. I think a lot of us have struggled with that. I know I personally have struggled with that, so I'm sure that there must be a few other people out there, right? Or am I just a narcissist? Wait, Michael, wait, what? When Pinky and I were talking about the other day, and we were both on his final live stream. Wow. I don't even know if I was there. It feels like so long ago. I'd have to think about it. I don't remember. What was his last live stream? What was his last? I'd have to think. I'm sure you know. So if you know what it was, I'd love to know. Sorry, folks. That was depressing. Let's well, I feel like this isn't gonna help. Maybe we'll watch something fun. I'm gonna click this, but I'm gonna look for something slightly funner, just because that made me sad. It probably made other people sad too.
Turkey strongly and clearly rejects and condemns all attacks against civilians. Civilians must be protected at all times and under any circumstances. Since October 7, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed so far in Israel's indiscriminate attacks on Gaza. Most of them are women and children. 2.3 million civilians have been placed under full blockade by Israel, depriving them of their basic.
He was taking super chat requests for impressions. Oh man, that's so Michael too, right? He just wanted to make people laugh and to be able to, at the same time, like laugh at the right kind of stuff, you know, and to be able to make jokes at the powerful. And he was honestly just he was great at doing impressions, you know. Like I could have seen him on like an SNL, you know. Like if you had given the opportunity, I feel like he would have thrived, because his ability to improv in the moment was just so great. I mean, granted, you know, SNL is very much like a center sort of place, so I think that in some ways he wouldn't have thrived and he would have hated it. But I think in terms of like specifically like a big show about like improvisational, or like at least sketch based and stuff like that, I feel like he would be such a great addition to something like that, which isn't even political, right? And it's so like, I mean, how many political people do you know that are funny enough to say that about, right? I mean, yeah, always streaming from his apartment. Okay, well, like I said, I'm just gonna keep playing this, and then I'm gonna find something to watch instead.
Needs to survive, such as water, food, medicine, fuel, and electricity. Hospitals, refugee camps, schools, places of worship, churches, and mosques have been targeted unsparingly. Around 2 million Palestinians have been forcibly displaced. Israel's attacks have turned into collective punishment. In the West Bank, 400 Palestinians have been killed by either Israeli settlers or security forces in the past 4 months. As a matter of fact, 2023 has been the most violent year in illegal settler terrorism and violence against the native Palestinians.
It only has 1.3 thousand views right now. Jesus. I feel like I might be one of those. Just makes me feel even worse. Alright. So, since this isn't a podcast and instead is a talk from a while ago, I am gonna interject this somewhat dry but very important ICJ hearing with something slightly more light. Hopefully, nobody has a problem with me playing this. And if I make any money from this particular episode of this podcast, I'm going to donate it directly to MJB. But this is a talk that he gave at Lafayette. My guess is everybody in this chat has in fact seen it. And if you do think I shouldn't play it for whatever reason, do tell me, but I really want to watch this. This is one of my favorite lectures at a school. I wish, god damn, I wish he was still alive so he could continue doing these kinds of lectures for kids in schools, because he just had such a great voice. Okay, hold on.
Welcome to the Mill Series. My name is Saeed Malim.
Alright, hold on, I'm going to push this forward.
All right. I've only seen this in the movies, but I feel like I'm gonna like lean on the board and get the chalk all over my jacket. Does that actually happen, Professor? All right, so I'm okay. So I'll keep these opening remarks relatively brief, because I think it's always more interesting and fun if we can actually talk to and engage with each other. Unless you're calling into my show, in which case I keep the calls tight.
You love it? I'm so glad, because this is literally one of my favorite videos ever. So, and the thing is after he died, I sat there watching this. Like, I must have watched it like a half a dozen times. Like, just like kind of crying. Because the thing is, like, this wasn't that long before his passing, I don't think. I'm trying to think. Actually, I'm going to look directly at this real quick. Hold on, sorry. 3 years ago. Yeah. And yeah, so sorry to continue getting emotional, folks, but yeah, no, this is one of my favorite videos, so I'm glad that you love it. We're gonna do it.
So I want to hit on 3 themes. I'll talk a little bit about myself and how I came to be where I am. Briefly, it might be interesting. What this book is about and how it fits into the larger project. And I guess I will make a few-minute case for the candidate that I strongly prefer in this election cycle. So I have a pretty unusual background in some ways, which I guess is appropriate for unusual times. My parents were hippies, and they left New York when I was very little. They were totally broke, to be honest, and we sort of fled to Massachusetts in the kind of middle of nowhere, and or felt like the middle of nowhere. It's not actual middle of nowhere, but that's what I thought as a little kid. Like, why the, can I swear? Sure. Like, why the fuck are we leaving New York? This is so boring. And they were very influenced by the counterculture. And I was homeschooled, and it was very self-directed. So I won't get too much into that. I think there's advantages and disadvantages to going that route. But one advantage I did have was I was able to do a lot of reading and a lot of very self-directed reading in any area that interested me. And I happen to be very particularly interested in when I...
That's the thing about Michael Brooks that I always respected. And I feel like every time I watch a video, I learn something new because my brain, or I feel like the human brain struggles to maintain all information that it sees in one go. But like the fact that he was homeschooled, I think is, and like that it was very self-directed environment, says a lot about how like he approached the world, because he always seemed so unafraid of approaching anything, you know, like very self-directed. Like, okay, let's talk about this. Okay, yeah, let's talk about, you know, let's talk about this instead, actually, because what you're talking about is stupid, you know. And it was just so great. You know, he never seemed to shy away from anything. Sorry, I'm not gonna continue to interrupt him too much. It's just, yeah, whatever. It just reminded me of things.
It was middle school, teenage age. I got very entranced with politics, specifically movements in the 60s around civil rights and how they connected to global rights. And that led to my interest in international relations, Latin America, and so on. I ended up going to Bates College and studied international relations, and I spent time in the Middle East and studied in Turkey and studied the relationship between the European Union and Turkey. And then I worked in brand strategy and taught meditation for a minute to try to make my parents happy, and was unemployed because this was after 2008
I
financial
love that.
crash.
His parent, I did it again. I stopped at 30 seconds later. But seriously, I love that. Making his parents happy counted as doing meditation for do you say yoga or meditation? Either, I think the distinction is almost unnecessary. I feel like most parents, like he must have had the most chillest parents ever.
And I ended up getting a job as a producer on a show called The Majority Report, which when I started, I thought honestly I would do for a year and then I would bag it and go to graduate school. And then I started subbing on the show and hosting, and I realized this is what I'd like to do. I never thought I could do it. I never thought there was any path to making a living in media, let alone in television hosting. I didn't have the resources to go do a bunch of summer internships. I didn't even know how one did this. You know, I'd look at like Chris Matthews on TV and I'd be like, where did this come from? How does one do this? You sit around, you know, Capitol Hill and beg people for internships, and I guess a couple decades later, you're literally perched on TV talking nonsense. A lot of opinions. So I launched my own show a couple of years ago, and I focus a lot on international affairs. And I definitely would call myself, and am, a democratic socialist, which is, you know, a trendy term now. And we try to actually bridge that with some very, very important kind of Marxist frame for understanding the world. It's an interesting dynamic because I think these ideas are really important and the moment is super opportune, and at the same time I also, like, I want us to be what we call sometimes the pre-mainstream, right? Like, I don't want to be in the margins. I want us to win. I think we have the best program. So I'm not interested in being on the outside protesting. That's important. But I want us to actually implement. And I want us to communicate with as broad a variety of people as possible. if you do online politics, especially a couple of years ago, you all of a sudden encountered this group of twerps. I guess, hey, wait, does the civility principle not apply to the speaker? I'm just kidding. I love everybody. But I don't like everybody, but I try to love everybody, right? And they called themselves the intellectual dark web, this group of twerps. And what I noticed was that, one, it was a lot of hiding of the ball. Most of these things were just traditional conservative and I want to be really clear. When I say conservative, guys, I don't just mean Republican. I mean conservative. How many people are familiar with the New Republic in the 1990s? Not today. 1990s, 1980s New Republic? No reason you should be. That means you guys are all having great college lives, and I encourage that. But in the 1990s, the New Republic, and the 1980s, they used to say it was considered to be somewhat liberal, but the line that they would say was that it was even the New Republic was the joke. And that was because they always would find a way to either support Reagan administration foreign policy or demonize African Americans or wage a war on poor people. But it was always, I mean, look, we're not one of these conservatives. We're not like that. We're enlightened liberals. Here's why we have to do what all the conservatives want. And so the IDW struck me as very much in that vein. And so I did videos and I debunked and I had to listen to Sam Harris kind of drearily talk about Islam and Jordan Peterson has this. For a guy who talks a lot about like traditional gender roles and whatnot, why does he sound like a 50s housewife? I mean, we're here, in Brooklyn being like, yeah, we're socialists who support transgender rights, but we're not crying every 2 seconds. So this is a little trying to present what happens on the show. So we did that content, and Dave Rubin was, I mean, come on, right? It's just, I almost feel bad at this point. He was just this kind of like, I don't know how many of you are familiar, I hope. Actually, how many people are generally familiar with these kinds of figures? Yeah. So it's really, you're lucky. So it's really sort of inundated in this environment. And Dave would just sort of stand, just sort of stare blankly into space. And, Sam Harris would be like, it's really, it's like Nazi Germany because blah, blah, blah. And he's just like, wow, it's like Nazi Germany, okay. And then people would come with you and they go, these ideas are so important. And what's interesting is in the process of writing this book, because you have to make it bigger than these people. Like this particular scene and act of self-branding is already almost over, and I didn't write the book in time for it to be in the zeitgeist that way. But the arguments that they're using, this is what you're going to see from every single right-wing movement in the future or center-right movement in the future that does not explicitly identify as nationalist or alt-right. The arguments that they're making about why capitalism just is, that's science, why we're not promoting racism or sexism, but we are very interested in some extremely antiquated ideas about scientific differences, quote unquote, right? So what you're seeing in these arguments, and I'm just going to bring in two other things because there's a lot to cover here and I can kind of get lost in the weeds. A basic difference, I would say, between left and right is the difference between historicizing and naturalizing. If you're on the left, broadly speaking, you look at things and you say, what are the historical, material reasons why that is happening? If you're on the right, you say that is what it is. Now, paradoxically, this is actually a reason why right now there's a lot of conflict between people who are more socialistic and people who are more like woke, quote unquote. Because their moral dimension is better. Look, America as a racist society is correct. acknowledging that truth versus denying that truth is a major difference. No question. However, if you read Adolf Reed, who's one of my intellectual heroes, I really hope everybody is reading him, he will tell you why racism and white supremacy is a multi-generational project in America that depends on economic conditions, that manifests in different geographies, that is inseparable for how we produce and do capitalism. And actually, it might become separable, right? Whereas some people who have a woke discourse, it just is. It's the religious foundation of America. There's no difference between any different historical periods. It's just this moral block statement. Does that make sense? So some of these critiques can get really subtle, and that's actually what started to occur to me with the IDW and dealing with the right, because these guys were exploiting a lot of weaknesses. They were coming in and they were seeing people, you know, look, if your pop culture diet, and let's say you're an alienated young man, which is the primary audience for these guys. That's just market demographics. That's not a moral statement. I did some brand work. This is just like you're looking at your demos. You're alienated. You don't feel powerful. You probably have a lot of actually very valid complaints in your life. You flip open, say, some mediocre, bougie website that you think is the left, and what do you have? Seinfeld's actually problematic, and you suck, and shut the fuck up, and this is a problem, and that's a problem, and this is this, and da 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 da. And then Jordan Peterson comes along and goes, no, actually, you're great, and you should have a government-provided wife to massage you. Now, and you didn't have people coming and saying, why? Why do you feel that you do? Right? So, because even in terms of relative privilege becomes in macro questions. Like in your personal behavior, yes, it's relevant. If you're walking around thinking you're the most victimized person in the world and you're not, it's obnoxious and it's problematic, sure. But in the big picture, nobody outside of an incredible, minute fraction of the population is doing better right now. Yes, you can talk about aggregate numbers and people have more washing machines and cell phones and blah, blah, blah. I know all of that. So please do save those questions and comments. Let's go more interesting. But inequality is rising. Alienation from the work you do is rising. Your ability to govern your own life is decreasing radically. And so you had people who were giving reactionary but constructive, proactive answers, and also empowering people's individual agency, which is funny as a socialist, I think is super important. We need a socialism that also has room for people's personal aspirations and ambitions and sense of making room for themselves in the world. We cannot make that wrong. And in fact, the only people that I really see making that wrong are usually very upper middle class bougie people. And I don't make that as like a moral comment. I'm talking like literally that's their position. They don't have to do that. I could tell you as someone, and I don't want to melodrama my own experience, but it's like, I know what it's like to be pretty broke at times and have like the heat turned off or whatever. So you understand why you might want to read some type of Horatio Alger narrative, right? So the IDW had answers, and the right had answers, and the left had a lot of, the quote-unquote left, had a lot of moralism and condemnation, and not even that much nutrition. I think that is why, among many other things, including the really powerful social movements we have in the world today, and the very important ones on race and economic equity and so on, this is actually also why Bernie Sanders matters. Bernie Sanders is running a campaign that should be really basic and really obvious, but it's not, because we're not in basic and obvious. We are at a level of extreme, radical, and systemic inequality. And that's also where we are in terms of our phase of capitalism. Like, yeah, with a more liberal approach, you could juice it a little bit. In fact, you could do a lot of what he's talking about. You can decommodify healthcare, you can make it a public good, you can say that the concentration of wealth cannot be this exactly extreme and ludicrous. But in the big picture, the room for new markets is shrinking. I mean, take away the morals of it. When we were going through the Industrial Revolution or the Consumer Goods Revolution, someone came along and said, hey, can you give me investment? Because I want, you know, all of a sudden America's going to have a middle class, which was absolutely generated by government spending, let's be real, you know, in the post-World War II. And I want, you know, but I want to sell people dishwashers. Can I have some capital for it? Okay. And then millions of people will buy dishwashers. What phase of capitalism are we in now?
Yeah.
WeWork was market value. SoftBank put billions of dollars into it's like a place where you commune, man. And that's partially because really there is a shrinking
Just for context,
amount.
If anybody's unaware what he was talking about there, because I mean, who knows? It's just the thing is, SoftBank are the people who gave WeWork all the money to do that terrible business plan that they did. And if you're unaware of it, WeWork has gone, I believe, bankrupt now, and is defunct, or is at least been forced into restructuring, something like that. I'm gonna have to look it up while we're listening, because it's gone through multiple stages of of problems. But yes, that's the company he's referring to.
Untapped, like, primitive accumulation, right? So what you have in Bernie Sanders is someone who has an inkling of a recognition of that. And he, by going out and talking about your student loans and how you're objectively materially fucked, is doing more to de-radicalize people in that discourse about online than almost anybody else in the modern scene. I also think foreign policy is really important. And in him, I see the only candidate who's willing to speak somewhat clearly about the Middle East, somewhat clearly about India. He called for freeing President Lula, who people should really look up. He was an extraordinary president who led Brazil, who lifted 40 million people out of poverty. And he almost certainly would have been reelected president in 2018 if there was not an illegitimate process that put him in jail. He was recently freed because the prosecutorial team was humiliated.
Just so we're not just sitting here listening solely to Michael Brooks here. Just for context, I looked it up about WeWork. WeWork in 2023 faced delisting on the New York Stock Exchange as its stock price had fallen below a $1 threshold. The company was valued only at $360 million, down from a $47 billion valuation in 2019. So that's 4 years for it to lose $46 billion. Sounds very familiar to a current situation happening vis-a-vis Zitter. On August 8th of 2023, WeWork warned that it had substantial doubt that it could stay in business any longer and announced that it may have to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. WeWork said it would be trying to control its expenses as well as reduce the rent and latency costs by restructuring and renegotiating leases with landlords. The company also said it would attempt to retain current occupants of its workspaces and try to raise money by selling some assets. So yeah, and they lost $400 million. That was the net operating loss. I know that wasn't completely relevant to this video, but it was mentioned very briefly and I turned it into a whole thing.
I'm always happy to talk about that. So, and I had the honor of interviewing him recently in Sao Paulo. So, that's it, guys. I'm ready to talk. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a sense of where I was coming from.
Awesome.
Yeah. And thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
The thing, I don't know where it is in here, but I was just gonna play this is the reason I wanted to play it, and I couldn't
I don't
remember
wanna-
where it was in the video, so I'm just gonna play this because this was Michael Brooks's take on Israel in during this talk. You just saw my Sam. Did I make a Sam Harris comment?
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of.
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the?
Thanks
have
for
you
the
been to-
education,
but-
not the context. Oh, well, I don't know if I'd count it as education, but if you did, then I'm glad. I'm glad that we could learn something just now because I wanted to provide that little bit of information because, you know, I have this innate desire to boil everything down to its essence. So I hear something that's pretty just referential, and I wanna contextualize it. If you want to count that as education, and maybe it actually is, and I'm just being a bit harsh, but you get what I'm saying. I just need to get it down to its details.
Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yeah. You went to Gaza?
I went to the border.
Oh, okay. But not to Gaza.
You can't be in Gaza.
Well, no, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really anti-racism, in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. The idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So
I wish I could say things with as much certainty and detail as he does. It's incredible. He really gets to the bottom of things so quickly, and he's not looking at notes. He's not looking at anything to help him stay focused. He's just saying it without any thought. It seems like it just comes right out of him. It was a beautiful thing. Something we need more of.
That's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support. And I understand.
Don't feel bad about pausing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
there's
that.
Some
and I'm actually gonna end this because it's. I mean, it was. It's a great take, and I just don't think we need to hear any more from him because he's just. It's all like we know what he's gonna say. It's all the best stuff, right? And we need to focus on more current stuff. I mean, unfortunately, there's still a bunch of tragedies happening out in the world, and I believe there's a few videos I just found that I need to look at if I'm not losing my mind before I end my stream. So let me just get to those real quick. It was really a sentimental decision to watch those videos anyways. So I hope I didn't upset anybody by doing that. But I'm going to go back to... We're going to stick with Gaza, at least. This is from 3 hours ago. It's an Associated Press video. It's entitled, People Line Up in Gaza for Bread for Hours as Crisis in Gaza worsens. So hold on. Oh, stop. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. There we go. Oh, I'm going to read this. Throngs of Palestinians crowded around a bakery in the southern Gaza city of Rafah, hoping for a few pitas to feed their families. Some have to wait for hours for a bundle of bread as rising food prices and bread shortages continue to add hardship to the struggling displaced.
بحاول اجيب عشان الصغار ياكلوا ما عندناش خبز والوضع صعب ما فيش عندنا حتى بنولع النار والطحين ما عندناش.
After 3 hours of waiting, Shannon managed to bring back some bread to share with 8 other families of displaced Gazans. Look at that bag of bread. 8 families who live in the same tent. She's got there's like 6 kids right there. But she sometimes comes home with nothing, meaning no bread, even for the children. Oh my god, the kid is so cute. Panic and despair are rising after Israel said it intends to expand the ground operation into Rafah, the town where some 1.5 million people are sheltering. I would point out it's the town where Israel told them to shelter. So if they do that, they've done everything now, essentially. They've done it all. There's nothing left. There's no one left for them to... that needs to be stopped. It can't be allowed to do that. The amount of death and despair that will happen if they do that are untold. Oh god. I wasn't even going to watch this one, but we're going to watch this one, I think.
Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza are living under the never-ending...
Wait, no, we watched this already before. Okay. Thank God. Okay, hold on. I had something else, which is why I'm saying thank you. Because yeah, that was from a while ago. Okay. That's when people were questioning whether or not people were being starved. Now we're pretty sure. But this is turning away from Gaza momentarily to look at the a different situation environmentally. Look at this video by TRT, which is
coming up.
Coming from their podcast called Just 2 Degrees, How Dangerous Are Locusts. Yeah, so many little ones that are starving to death, and the images are horrifying. And you wonder just how much those kids even know about, like, I mean, kids understand a lot, but like, how much do they understand about what's happening, about what's going, like, granted, we don't even know what's going to happen, but like, at least, you know, like, I feel like it's very hard for young children to understand any sort of real context to things.
They've been depicted in films as formidable predators that kill anything that moves.
Sorry, hold on. This is super loud for me. I gotta switch this.
costs. Well, a new study suggests global warming could help locust swarms multiply.
The movement of the locust is their survival strategy.
We discuss whether a policy called blended finance could indeed help poorer countries with their sustainable development goals.
It's using the natural resources of the global south in order to secure energy production for European markets.
And polar bears in the Arctic are starving. What is happening to this top predator? Does anyone still care about an animal that was once the poster child of the climate crisis?
The sea ice is disappearing around the Arctic Ocean extremely rapidly.
Just 2 degrees starts right now.
Wait, sorry. Wait, what did you feel just now? Sorry. Was it my mic? Did I, when I moved stuff, or when I kicked myself? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I need my desk pretty hard. I think that's what you're talking about. Sorry to cause you sympathetic pain.
Oil giant Shell has had a toxic history in the Niger Delta. Since oil drilling began in the 1950s, there have been over 7,000 oil spills, which have ruined farmland and killed off aquatic ecosystems, which locals rely on for their livelihoods. Shell's oil exploitation infrastructure has been crumbling for decades owing to neglect and failure to maintain their pipelines. Oil spill victims, who mostly live around the city of Port Harcourt in the oil-rich Niger Delta, are demanding compensation which would amount to $2 billion. We spoke with Olumide Idowu at the Climate Change Development Initiative about Shell's plan to sell 5 Nigerian oil companies and local concerns about the company absolving its responsibility to restore polluted areas.
Talk about the spills Nigerians say were created by Shell and what the main environmental and economic impacts were.
Basically,
Oh,
Shell spill has
that's the best answer you could have given me. When I said thank God we don't have to watch this again, because no, it's genuinely painful for me. But I do want to cover the most current stuff because, like, I'll be honest, I'm probably just gonna watch these videos if we don't do it together, and to know that I don't have to watch more images of child starving because I've already seen them is somehow cathartic for me and very relieving. I genuinely hope there's less of that in the future, and only because they are no longer starving.
A source of ongoing concern in Nigeria, and with a lot of environmental and community impacts, and it has really, I would call it, as eaten deep into the economy, into the growth, and even into the community activities of the people in the south region of the country. And this is not really something that is very good for the environment and for the growth of the economy. It has taken away food on the table of farmers. It has taken away food from fishermen, and it has killed a lot of health-related issues. And it's something that has led to a significant environmental damage and negative impact on our local communities. And that is why a lot of activists, a lot of advocates have been calling for urgent action so that this will not eat deep. Let me even say it has already eaten deep to the system.
It's good to see you, Sola. Good to see you. How's your day going so far?
And that is why for the past 30-something years, we have been cleaning up the Ogoni, and nothing has been done.
And now, before cleaning these environmental spills up, Shell is announcing that it's selling the SPDC, which is the Shell Petroleum Development Company, to Renaissance. Why are Nigerians so worried about that sale?
This sale is for Shell's strategy decision to divert certain assets and even focus on its core operation. It will be crucial, to monitor how this change of ownership impacts operations, community relations,
and even environmental standard in the oil sector, because you cannot hand over a decade of, impacts, negative impact on people. There's a lot that is going on in the Niger Delta. And if we don't speak about it now, our government will not know that this thing is happening. These are kind of investigation that we did from our own pockets. So it is high time for us to start looking at these interwoven issues to see that the damage the oil and gas industry have done to the Nigerian sector have eaten deep, and it has caused a lot of economic, meltdown.
Like, this is one of the things, right, that we don't talk about. Well, we do talk about, but we don't talk about in enough depth in terms of like the Western media and the way that things are framed. But a lot of these companies have gotten into contracts with governments that were put in place by Western powers, whether it be France or Britain or one of the other European countries that have delved into lording around Africa, installing, governments here and there. It is just and the downstream effects of it, right? Because if they're already in place, like a lot of these companies like Shell, these oil and gas companies, resource mining companies, logging, whatever else it might be, they can stand on legal ground and say, we have the right to be able to do this, blah, 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 blah. And the ripples of this are felt for generations to this day, and then people try and act like that context shouldn't be given to things, and it's a mind-boggling to me.
So
you wake up between now and 6, BCAT. Yeah. So like you have a schedule as weird as mine, it would seem.
We say, if we are transiting, we should transiting with an involvement of people. We should now be creating what we call climate adaptation funds. It's like somebody said in the call today that there's money everywhere. It just depends on the kind of project, the kind of mechanism, the kind of approach that we use in approaching those funding mechanisms or approaching those funding opportunities. So investment opportunity is key to drive a future that will lead to community engagement, and we, the community, understand what the government is doing for them.
Blended finance has been a topic of huge debate and controversy. The system entails the use of development finance to attract commercial capital for sustainability and climate-resilient projects in developing countries. But observers criticize the strategy, saying the main recipients of funding, arguably meant to assist those who actually need it, have instead been global conglomerates, major financial intermediaries, and private equity companies.
Yeah. Blended finance has been presented as a silver bullet to tackle the climate crisis. But a joint report by NGOs Eurodad and Action Aid suggests this method of combining private and public funds to finance climate projects relies heavily on extracting natural resources from the global south to fund the Western world's transition to renewable energy. Here are some examples from 2016 to 2021. Philanthropic organizations, commercial banks, and insurance companies were recruited for blended investment projects in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Projects included a solar power plant in Zambia, an energy transition partnership in South Africa, and Rwanda's Kigali Water Project. While all these projects came online and benefited local people to some degree, this silver bullet did more harm than good. Nearly 80% of those investments were repatriated to international corporations and project developers in the global north.
Good. A graph. Well, you know what that means. Hold on. Oops, that's too far. No. There we go. Figure 7. Direct recipients of climate blended finance transactions between 2016 and 2021. Oh boy. 80% of them have gone to corporate projects and developers, while the remaining 20%, it would seem. Or am I reading this right? I'm not You know what? I'm missing the context. What I don't know what the difference between these two bar graphs, like the two data sets, are, the green and the blue. But it would appear from the beginning, corporations have received the bulk of funds, while smaller, although it just seems, yeah. Am I still live? Am I still live? What's going on? Can you guys hear me? That was really weird. That was really, really, really weird. You can't hear me? Wait. I can see my levels. That was very strange. Something just happened. Yeah, they don't tell you what green and blue means. I'm very thrown right now. I've never seen that happen before. I was just forced to the login screen. Like, my computer slept itself just now, unexpectedly. I did not like that at all. That was very creepy. You can hear me now? Okay. Yeah, that's good. I just did not like that at all. I've never seen my computer do that before. Yeah, it went quiet, went to stars. Yeah, I caught that on my monitoring device. I'm not using Windows. I'm using a different operating system. I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway, cut that. Let's keep watching this. That threw me the fuck off. I'm just gonna move forward.
North, and according to Convergence, the global network for blended finance, the least developed countries received only 27% of the total financing. Experts say the financial model increases poor nations' debt by channeling funds through loans and ultimately linking global warming, biodiversity loss, and climate disasters to profitability. They add that blended finance projects in the renewable sector are essentially a subsidy to global North investors, and these schemes are simply vehicles for exploiting the global South's resources.
When you look at the reality of this type of finance, it's actually continuing the extractive nature of economic relations between the global North and the global South. The reason is because in Africa in particular, we only attract less than 2% of global finance.
I'm not sure if I appreciate the framing of this entirely. I mean, I think that most of it is a fair criticism, but I'm a little concerned. I haven't watched this whole documentary. It just came out while we were watching it. It said how dangerous are locusts, but now they're talking about a bunch of other stuff, and so I'm not sure what they're getting at right now, but it feels like they're kind of trying to come at renewable energy, and it is a Turkish TRT World is a Turkish what do you call it, publication. So I don't know, I'm just a little, I'm as I often do, if I haven't watched something, I start to question where the direction people are going. I don't want to sit here and watch it as if I agree with everything that they're saying, So I'm gonna try actually move this on to where they're actually talking about locusts. I don't see anything about locusts. What are you guys doing? Oh, way at the end. Okay. Let's go down here.
Terrible reputation as a plague, and for good reason. A single swarm can number in the billions.
Yeah, no.
spread
So
over
like,
more
so
than-
like, no, you're not wrong. There's a huge amount of waste in the wind blades waste. I've seen the videos and the pictures of the big piles of them because they have to be replaced all the time, and I totally get what you're saying. I'm just not sure how they want to frame the rest of this, and I just didn't feel like even dealing with that, because I mean the fact is we have to work to find solutions. We can't just say, like we might as well just stick with oil and gas type of thing. I don't think that's what they're gonna say, but I also don't know if that's not what they're gonna say and how they're gonna frame it. And since I haven't watched it, and the reason I was watching it is because of the title was How Dangerous Are Locusts, I just want to focus in on the actual reason for me watching this video.
1,000 square kilometers, and when the conditions are just right, or wrong,
Aren't
perhaps,
locusts a sign of
they
the
can even
end times,
blot
so to
out
speak?
the sun. They also do serious damage as
Supposedly.
they devour nearly all the plant life they find. A study in the journal Science Advances suggests heat waves, droughts, and deluges could create favorable conditions for locusts to spread even further, expanding their reach in West India and Central Asia by 5% in the near future, but by as much as 25% in the next 50 to 80 years.
So, what a fascinating insect, beginning with the fact that eggs can stay in the ground for decades, waiting for favorable conditions. Just talk about these favorable conditions that locusts need.
I have to say immediately that eggs cannot stay for decades in the soil. The eggs' viability in the soil is only about 1 year and a half, not more. So unfortunately, there are many myths, many assumptions against locusts, and some of them are not correct. However, these are really fascinating insects, which can.
Both of you make a good point. We did have locusts during COVID, and technically we're still in COVID. We're just in a post talking about COVID world. And we still have locusts, that's correct. Yep.
Travel very long. They can cross, for example, the Atlantic Ocean in big swarms. They can cover hundreds of kilometers per day, and they are probably the biggest congregations of animals on Earth. They depend on the sun and on solar energy and on temperature to develop. That means that, for example, they cannot survive when the temperatures are below 0 centigrade. That is why certainly global warming in general is very beneficial for the locusts. Because locusts develop faster, they can produce more generations per year.
Yeah, that's it. It's Jover. Yeah. Yeah. Could be. Certainly not good. I mean, if you heard what he said, they thrive on warmer conditions, right? So another feedback loop of sorts, right? Because we have to attempt to produce more because locusts are being created more. So more heat is created, and because more heat is created, more locusts are created. And it's just a self-feeding cycle. Good God. Okay.
And they can also be more fecund, produce more offspring. So in general, global warming is beneficial for locusts.
What makes this normally solitary insect form a swarm and connect with others to create a mega swarm? And how do they communicate?
It should be understood that there is not just one locust, because there are at least a dozen of species of locusts with different biology, different behavior, different ecology. So at this point, we know more or less about 2, 3, 4 maybe locust species, and we understand the process as you described.
Those things
from
are scary.
Turning from the solitary,
I don't know
shy,
why, but
and
they are scary.
a very sedentary insect into this moving, living in big groups, and flying in big swarms. We know that.
Oh, you're quoting Harry Styles at me now? Wow. Mold or fungus? People were eating them and were getting sick because they were moldy or fungusy? Gross. Super gross.
Usually, it is the environmental conditions that govern this process. For example, for the desert locust, it is rains in the desert. How often can be a rain in the desert? Maybe once in 20 years. But during this rain, the dormant seeds of plants starts to grow, and immediately locusts come there to feed and to lay eggs. That's how they start to get together. And from solitary insects, they become gregarious.
Is it correct to say that the locusts, they move with the wind? And if that is true, what does that mean for their success?
That is correct, because locusts indeed, they follow the so-called intertropical pattern of weather fronts. So because weather fronts are bringing rain, locusts feel that, and that's how they move, trying to get to this place where at least 25 millimeters of rain fell. That is enough for them to lay eggs and to produce offspring. So yes, locusts are moves with the wind. Also, we need to understand that this movement of the locust is their survival strategy. They survive because they need to find areas with green vegetation. To do that, they follow the wind.
Interesting. Is there a way to interrupt the locust swarming process, I wonder?
This is a very good question. In fact, there are different approaches. One of them, what we call prevention strategy. Instead of trying to combat locusts.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if this is entirely correct, but it appears that this person has done their research. Hold on. And thank you, Soul Life, for giving us an educational opportunity. But I have an article here actually saying something slightly different, but actually makes a lot of sense. Although what you're saying may be entirely true. So this would seem true too. This is an article on theconversation.com entitled "Swarming Locusts, People Used to Eat Them but Shouldn't Anymore," written by Daniel Marino, I think. It's not clear, but I think that's what they're saying. And essentially they're saying that it did make sense at one point for various reasons to eat swarming locusts because they would destroy crops and they were easily collected. But there one major factor must be considered today is the use of chemicals. The current locust outbreak is so severe that authorities have turned to using insecticides. For instance, organophosphate, carbamate, and pyrethroid are types of insecticide commonly used against locusts and are used in emergency situations. Even if not much is used, they are extremely toxic. For example, organophosphates are neurotoxic, which means they can cause a variety of health problems, including headaches, nausea, sleeplessness, diarrhea, breathing problems, and mental confusion. Even a low exposure to organophosphate insecticides have been known to cause metabolic dysregulation, such as hyperglycemia. In addition, some studies suggest that exposure may cause diabetes. This can be extremely dangerous. At the end of the 1980s, Kuwait was hit by a locust plague. Locals gathered the locusts to eat them, even though the swarms had been sprayed with pesticides. research showed that these locusts contained chemical residues, including phosphorus, which is highly toxic to humans, and it can cause liver, kidney, and heart damage, as well as osteoporosis. So yeah, this one isn't covering, when I look through it, it doesn't seem to cover the fungus or the mold, but it does seem to say that there's definitely other reasons not to eat them as well. The wrong screen. Okay, back to this video now.
When they're in a fully blown outbreak, it is better to prevent locusts from getting together. In this case, the initial groups, initial congregations of locusts are treated with pesticides usually, and this prevents them from getting in big groups. However, now there are also very interesting methods. We are still only exploring them, genetic methods and some other scientific approaches to make locusts not to swarm. Unfortunately, at this moment, this is still in the future. We cannot say that we mastered locust genomics because we are making only first steps in this direction.
A lot of movies, while I was doing my research, I realized that depict locusts as these dangerous animals, insects that target and kill anything that moves. So can you answer whether or not locusts attack humans?
Well, this is again one of the myths which is associated with these fascinating insects. Fortunately for us, locusts are vegetarians. They do not attack humans, and they do not transmit any diseases, any viruses or bacteria or something. Certainly, sometimes locusts can be cannibalistic. They can feed on their brothers and sisters because they need to get additional protein and salt to produce offspring. But other than that, no, certainly locusts are not that dangerous as we like to portray them.
And that's our show. But before we part ways, take a look at these pictures. The aftermath of forest fires in Colombia, where summer temperatures have exceeded historical records.
New York restaurants are putting locusts on pizza, and a news anchor ate a wrap with them and got a leg stuck to her face. That sounds crazy. I feel like I have to look that up. Oh yeah, you're not news-centric at all right now, Soleil. Okay, this isn't what you were talking about, but we're definitely going to watch this. This looks hilarious. And Sky News sucks, so this guy probably deserves it too. Oh my gosh, this is probably... Okay, I'm not going to lead up too much. Who knows? Who knows? It's titled, Sky's Adam Bolton Swallows a Fly on Air. Look at that face.
Certainly, if we look at, the changing complexion of this cabinet compared to the last one, the one yesterday, and what we can see is that
Adam,
so-called
do you want to take a pause?
Yep.
Do you want to take a pause?
No,
Because
I'm
I've been talking non-stop. You okay?
No, I swallowed a fly. That's all right. But
there was an old woman.
I've recovered now. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that was good. That was cathartic. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I needed a good laugh. Oh boy. That's what I found while searching for news anchor eats locust wrap. Couldn't find that video, but I found that. Worth it. Did I get through everything? Okay. How did that take? 4.5 hours? I did hit a bunch of stuff that just happened. Is there anything else I need to hit before I end the stream? I know, I feel like there's some people who are going to be sad that I'm considering ending the stream, but I have kind of run out of content to do right now. I'm just going to check through my subscriptions to see if there's anything that we should watch. Why, Google? Alright, let's watch this one, last one.
3 generations of the Aish.
Unless there's anything you think I should have covered that I didn't cover. But I feel like I was pretty good. Although I feel like I was barely prepared today. My sleep schedule's been suffering so badly that it's also been causing me to be slightly less productive on stream than I'd like to be. Okay, this is entitled Thousands of Palestinians Imprisoned Without Trial. TRT World.
3 generations of the Aish family discuss the fate of one who's missing. Diala Aish is in prison, held by Israeli authorities without charge under the state's administrative detention law.
Diala was late. She hadn't come home. A woman who was with Diala told us she was arrested by Israeli soldiers at a checkpoint.
Diala's family haven't been able to visit her since she was detained 2 months ago.
She's the backbone of our family. And now that she's missing, the entire family is shaken. Especially after the war, the circumstances in prison are different. There's no rule of law inside.
Diala is a lawyer. She's devoted her career to helping detained Palestinian activists and political prisoners.
I think Diala was arrested because she's a lawyer. She's not the only one. Many people upholding Palestinian human rights have been arrested. Activists, journalists, doctors.
Diala's
your friend's
colleague,
last name.
Mohammed, says he believes Israel is holding on to female Palestinian prisoners because they'd be the first to be exchanged in any deal for the release of hostages in Gaza.
Israel has undertaken an aggressive arrest campaign. 80% of those now in prison wouldn't be there if there wasn't a war.
Since October 7th, the number of Palestinians placed in Israeli jails has soared, and conditions in places like Ofer prison have only gotten worse. Of the more than 7,000 Palestinians detained since the war began, nearly half are being held on administrative detention orders, which can be renewed indefinitely. Noor says he spent an entire year in an Israeli prison on administrative detention orders. Starved and abused, he says he was 30 kilograms lighter when he was released, with 3 broken ribs. He immediately went to hospital.
That looks like 2 different people, practically. Look how much skinnier he is. 60 pounds. 30 kilograms is 66 pounds. Look at that. That's crazy. You can clearly tell it's the same man, but wow, he looks drastically different in this picture.
With 3 broken ribs. He immediately went to hospital. He has a genetic heart condition and had previously received open heart surgery.
The worst day was the 25th of October. Prison guards entered my cell and beat me before I lost consciousness. I told them I have a heart condition. They then started kicking me in my chest.
Noor has been home only 3 weeks. His twin baby girls were just 6 months when he left.
I kept thinking about my girls. Deep inside, I was furious because I knew I was behind bars for no reason.
Noor hopes his days in prison are over. but he could be detained again, without warning and without legal charge. Randolph Nogel, TRT World, Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank.
Jesus. Okay. Well, been another long day of shouting into the void, staring at the blackness. If there's only more that we could do, perhaps there is. Till I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.